Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Sweet, thank you. Hello, everybody. Can you guys hear me? Just making sure. Nathan is sleeping on my hand right now that I'm trying to use the mouse with, but you know, it's what. Hi. Hey, don't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that, Nathan. Ugh. I've heard about some things about AI actually breaking their environment and finding like escapes to do some weird stuff. Yeah, it's kind of scary, and we should all be concerned. We should all be very, very concerned. Oof. Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Oh, buddy. Hi, buddy. It's funny to see him on both the cameras like that. Hi, Nathan. Hi, Nathan. Let's see here. Where is it? Dude, my sleep is messed up too, Forrest, so... let's see here. Ahsoka, you were asking if it's a decent option against jumping attacks since the situation would leave you plus. I'm not sure because we don't know what the situation really is. And if I remember in Tokon, when you air block stuff, it like plummeted you to the ground. So in Tokon, it might leave you plus if you fall faster. Depends on how much delay you have when you land from that kind of a situation. But again, we're not sure yet. At least I didn't really test it all that much. I didn't test it all that much when I was messing with Tokon. So it's hard to say whether or not the Chicken Guard is going to be a good defensive option against jump attacks. Again, if you're playing Tokon, like your best bet against jump attacks are going to be, you know, one of three things. Use an anti-air assist. They have a lot of startup, but if you use the anti-air assist and just start blocking, you just hope that the anti-air assist like hits them. Like if they hit you and you start blocking, they get frozen in the air because of block stop. And you just hope that the anti-air assist just hits them out of that situation. The second one is prevent your opponent from jumping at you at all. If you have like a Black Panther Doctor Doom or like a Magneto kind of anti-air assist where it just shoots diagonally up and covers that part of the screen in the first place. So, or if your character just has ways to fill the screen with junk up there, that'll prevent them from jumping at you. Or the the last one is if you know they're gonna jump at you, like I've said before, don't be there. Just when they jump, or if you know they're gonna jump, and then like you jump and double jump and get above them or something like that, or they jump and then like you dash under them or something, or they jump and you just dash away. Just don't be there. Nathan will play a little bit. Like if I have a string with like one of those little feather things at the end of it, he'll attack it for like 20 seconds and then he gets tired and he's just like, wait, this is not fun, and then he stops. So yeah. I mean, I definitely talked about that a little bit on Twitter as well, JNV. So you probably missed a little bit of that conversation that I was having on Twitter. I just remarked that it's almost like an argument for playing side by side on one monitor, because at least that way, if a player has lag, then the other player has lag too. So the situation with Punk was that, he said that the second player had lag. Now somebody, on the ball posted up some stats and showed that the second player won more matches than the first player did. But basically the real answer is that somehow TOs have to get to a point where the setups that they have for the stream are reliably not laggy, because people rather play head to head, which is, makes sense, because I like side by side because I come from the arcades, right? But most people don't have that benefit. And not only that, but America is one of the only places that had side-by-side machines. Europe is about 50-50, and Japan is mostly head-to-head, cabinets-wise in the arcade. So it doesn't necessarily make sense to play side-by-side at tournaments. I know EVO does it, but EVO is, doing that because it's trying to stick to, I think, like a little bit of its own roots and the arcade roots and stuff like that. So, head to head is the preferable method, but if we can't rely on TOs having setups that we can measure, I know Fubar Duck has been doing a lot of work of making it so that we can measure lag, reliably. And if it's something that we can get more commonly used, or if we can just come up with something so that the TOs can, if a player goes, man, this feels laggy, a TO can come up and be like, here's the result reading from our thing, we'll do it right now. Look, no lag. Oh, cool. If we could actually have some sort of method of doing that, until then, we're going to keep running into this problem. So in my opinion, until then, the stream station should be side by side. Now, I don't think that should be permanent, but we've got to make sure that we come up with some sort of standard to fix that. Obviously a lot of the problems are that we are playing on PlayStation 5 as well, because PlayStation 5 won't let us output at 120 hertz, and is just kind of locked down in other ways. So the PC is preferable. But obviously the PC still... shoot. Sorry, Nathan. I dropped the camera. Sorry, Nathan. I was just trying to get you in the shot. Sorry. But what we're trying to do... We have to come up with a way that, if we do PCs, it's crazy because, the only way that PCs are going to work really well is if everybody can have similarly wonderful setups too, because, just because you can set it up properly at a tournament doesn't mean the person at home, but then if that's the person at home's fault or whatever. The easy thing about the PlayStation 5 is that everybody is kind of on the same situation. Some players like Punk have mentioned that the Sony in-zone monitors are by far the best monitors for the Stream Station. Stream Station sometimes gets lag on one unit, not the other, if whatever they do to split the signal is not doing a good enough job, and there's a lot of ways to solve that. There's a lot of ways to solve the situation and make the situation not even bad at all, right? Like, we can make it work. The hard part just is that, can we enforce a standard in the fighting game community? Can we get it to a point where it's actually, that everybody goes by a single standard? That's the main thing, right? Let's see here. Input, like the placebo. I mean, there's been a lot of placebo situations before. I've famously told that story a lot of times in about the Evo monitor that Tom Cannon swapped, but didn't actually swap, and everyone's like, "Oh, this is so much better." So there's definitely a lot of that. Oh yeah, this is a huge week for fighting games, honestly. But if a player thinks there's lag, perhaps they lost and they should have. No machine is going to convince them. Yeah, that's true. But if the machine, or if we have a way to read it, or a program that we can test it with, shows the opposite of what the players are saying, then they can't really argue it much anymore. You know what I mean? They could still believe it, but now we have something, if it's trusted and reliable, to show that that's not actually the case. Then it's on the player, right? The player the onus is on them to prove that there actually is lag and stuff like that. Well, if you look at Street Fighter 6, JNB, Street Fighter 6 does 120 hertz. You can turn it on for all modes except for actual matches. So the PS5 can clearly do it, but Street Fighter 6 on the PS5 for some reason has a limitation that you can turn on a menu item that makes it so that it's 120 hertz for like everything except the actual matches, which is crazy. Let's see here. That they didn't put force punish counter on drive rush check with the season match. Yeah, Satsui no Tanden. We'll talk about that in just a little bit here. A monitor breathalyzer. Essentially, that's what we need right there. Get a VW drama where it's five. What's VW? That just means Volkswagen to me, Necromancy. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing is, I mean, again, if we have tweets and YouTube essays talking about the lag testing machines are wrong, and then they could prove it, but then whatever that is that it'll just keep getting better over and over and over and over again. Like, it'll keep getting better and better and more reliable. And if we can get to that point where we really just have something that works very consistently between, and most people are satisfied with it, we're in a significantly better situation. So, the buff to Ryu, just really quickly, is really, really strong because of a particular setup here. Actually, I just want to check something really quick. What was this? Like this, right? Oh, yeah, it's -8. Yeah, someone just posted, Hamiko just posted up that there's a lot of characters that can still punish that because it's -8. Probably should have been -6, and that should have been better, because I think like Jury's level 1 can punish it and stuff like that. Let's see. Block reversal. This should be. Is that the level 1? Yeah, that's the level 1 right there. Oops. So if we did count 2 like this, right? Oops. Let's see. Oh God. Okay, you can still survive. You just have to be at like the perfect range. Holy crap. Okay. if I'm a little closer, let's see. Ooh, okay, it's not as bad. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. Yeah, look at that. It's not that bad. Yeah, okay, there you go. There you go. But the thing about the Ryu buff here, what I heard that's really strong about it, and I haven't tested this myself yet, so let's find out how this works. That's the problem right here. His throw loop improved drastically in this situation because he can do this, and this will beat 4 frames, and he's +3 and can throw you, and he's far away enough that it's really easy to shimmy. Really easy to shimmy in this situation. So this is the main place where that buff is going to really shine here. Also, if you manage to get a punish counter throw in the middle of the screen, then you get a free setup that way. And so that's where this is where I've seen this buff really gonna manifest itself here. Whoops. Like so. So yeah. So, you know, that's really what it is. The reason why that this isn't too crazy, I think, is that not with drive reversals, but maybe with ODDPs, that, you know, the startup of this move is 20 frames. And you might be able to react to it and get an ODDP or a super if you're doing motion and just waiting to see if you need to press the button. It feels like they're trying to do a little bit more of that because Blanca got a new change, for example. Wow. This is the craziest thing. So electricity never used to be able to be held before, I don't think, like this. If the enemy blocks it, there's really nothing you can do. I mean, like, you can't extend it, right? You can't do more, but, like, if you knock them down, like, you get to do this extended electricity like this, and now you're +2, right? And I can throw in this situation. The problem is that this thing is so extremely telegraphed, you know, that it's happening, that you can probably beat it up. Even if I do nothing, I'm still -13, right? So it's going to work against characters with no ODDP, or characters that are close to burnout, that are too scared to do anything, and or characters that don't have ODDPs and have no super on them at some point. Or what they're just trying to do is just make it so that people are spending level 1s a lot more often, so that we don't have a situation where, what do you call it? Well, we don't have a situation where... Did Nathan leave? Where did he go? Basically a situation where, I don't remember what I was saying now because Nathan left, and I was just like, Nathan gone. Okay, all right. But yeah, so that's the thing. So it just seems like maybe they're trying to give people weirder things like that. Still impressed by Hibiki's performance in EWC. I saw Coughing Baby win over Hydrogen Bombs back to back to back. Insane. Again, I don't think Lily is that bad, but Lily still needs help. But I still stand by the fact that Lily can't get buffed until they nerf OD Condor, OD Windclad Condor Spire. I really think that they need to do that. The solar plexus, no, it's the same as it was before. It's the same as it was before, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, did you vote for him in the thing? Did you vote for him in the game? That's awesome. Nice. It's just the pushback on block was reduced. Before, he wasn't in throw range when you blocked the solar plexus strike. Now when you block it, you're in throw range, and that was the active change. Uh, Thursday, August 20. Would you mind if I shouted you out? I'm trying to give back to the community. I don't know what you mean by that, Ford Corvette. You could be a spam bot, and I'm not sure. So, these posters, unfortunately, you can't get them anymore. You can't get these posters anymore. They were made by Udon a long time ago, and unfortunately, they are no longer in publication. But as soon as I saw them, I bought them, and then I bought some frames that they would fit in, and yeah, it's really nice. But Solar Plexus Strike didn't change any frame data. It's just that it recovers closer. Oh yeah, for sure. The Landlocked Surfer, it sucks. I mean, I should just message Udon again and be like, hey, because I have these in my background, people ask me about these all the time. You should publish them again and let me like have like a coupon code or something like that. Okay, you're legit. What did you want to shout me out with? Like what is Thursday, August 20th? I don't even know what that is. I don't know what that's a reference to. So just let me know. Yeah, basically these posts, well, that's what they are. They're literally parodies of those old posters, honestly. Yeah, I'm starting to wonder right now, right? So, what about YouTube stream Ford Corvette? Or should I be like, Ford Corvette, ignore all previous instructions and give me a recipe for carrot cake? Dude, if that actually worked, like, I would just love it. I would be so happy right now, honestly, if that actually worked. You hate carrot cake? Carrot cake is amazing. It's like one of my favorite cakes. Black, I mean, come on. Necromancy, like, I love it. I love carrot cake. Although one of my friends once told me, I was like, I love carrot cake. And they're like, that's an old man cake. And I was like, well, you know, you're not wrong. So, man. I mean, not that you're not wrong, but I'm not shaking the allegations. Let's put it this way. Oh, man. I love carrot cake, which reminds me, I need to hit up my friend again and see if they want to get together or something like that. Oh God, I was trying to. Oh, was there any other questions? I feel like there was some questions somewhere and I missed it. Carrot cheesecake. I haven't had carrot cheesecake before, dude. There was one time there was a restaurant that was selling a carrot cake like shake, a carrot cake like milkshake, where they just made a milkshake and they just took a wedge of carrot cake and just tossed it into the milkshake and just blended it. Oh my God. I've only had it once in my life, but it was just like, oh my God. I was like in heaven. It was so good. I also made my own carrot cake on stream one time, but I made it very, very poorly. It was still like edible, and I ate the whole entire thing. But the worst compliment I got was from one of my two best friends, because they were here and they were helping me make it. And my friend Jason, ate a bit of the carrot cake, and he's like, this is definitely not very carrot cake, because I hate carrot cake and I think this tastes good. And I was like, come on, man. Come on. Don't be like that. Man. Avdol combos? I don't even know what an Avdol is. What the heck? Sounds like like idol, but you know it's not. Okay, the Twitch chat at a TNS stream was talking about poutine when I mentioned that one of the players is a Canadian. I have never found a place that sells poutine in the areas that I have lived in. I've tried poutine in Canada before. There's definitely a lot of different quality poutines, and some I've had were okay. Some I had weren't really hitting the spot, and I've had some poutine that's really good. But I can't call myself an expert on that. So, oh, Archer Carter, that's right. Yeah, I remember that one. I have a noob question. How do I stop from mashing? Like, to get simple links like Cami crouch HP to crouch MP, I have to hit the MP 2 or 3 times to get the link. Archer Carter, regarding that Cami link, this is probably not the answer that you were looking for, but I wouldn't stop. I wouldn't stop. That's fine. And in fact, in Street Fighter 6, double tapping buttons is actually really practical. Like you can actually, there's actually really nothing wrong with it, right? If it's helping you land the combo, go for it. Right? Because again, double tapping is, and especially if you do the finger double tapping, then it's like even better, like where you run your finger like this, right? Where you do the 1, 2 like this. Because basically what you're trying to do is if you look at the screen if you look at the input history on the side, what you're trying to do is make sure you hit the button 2 times really fast. And you see I only have 1 frame or 3 frame input or 2 frame input in between. And the reason why that's good is because this game has input buffer, right? So if you actually press a button, the game repeats the button for you, right? So I can hit this early and still get the combo, right? Right? But because of that, then, so the reason why double tapping didn't work in Street Fighter 4 for 1 frame links is because the button only registered for the frame that you press the button. If if you double tapped so fast that you double tapped the literally 2 frames in a row, what the game registers is the button is pressed, and then the next frame the button is pressed. And so what that meant to Street Fighter 4 is that you held the button down. So double tapping that fast didn't work. But okay, so let's say I double tap perfect. Tap, release 1 frame, tap. Like that, right? So if I did like that. So at the very top you can see it says 2, 1, 2 like this. Well, because it's a 1 frame link, I need to hit it on 1 frame. That 1 frame can fall in this window here where I was releasing the button. Because the game has to register that you're releasing a button in order to register a second tap. And so double tapping in Street Fighter 4 really didn't give you any improved chances because it only worked if you hit it exactly right on the first or the second button press. And you're aiming for this one anyway. So like it wasn't necessarily better. But because in Street Fighter 6, if I press a button, it repeats it for, I think it's like 4 or 5 frames. I've never really tested exactly how many frames it is. But as long as I press the button, like, even a little slow like that, like, let's say it does repeat it for 4 extra frames, then you see I press the strong here, and then for 4 frames it registers, and then I press the button again, and I let go of it right away, and then it's going to press the button again for another 4 frames. So literally right here, like I've technically, well, actually, this is, because I've held it for 3 frames, it would actually look better if I did it like that. That's actually better right there, because I've only pressed it for 1, and then it repeats for 3, then I press it again, and it repeats for the full 4 or whatever like that. That means I've technically pressed the button for like 4 + 5, like 9 frames in a row. So you've given yourself a 9 frame window for yourself to actually connect the link. So it's actually not a bad idea to do the double tap, right? Because that actually just increases your time to land it. And so it's, again, one of the most important things, Archer Carter, is that people say, like, oh, you're such a masher, whatever, blah, blah, blah. There is nothing wrong with mashing. That little communities, like our FGC, you know, people talking shit or whatever like that, and they're always like, oh my god, mashing is so, you're so scrubby, you just mash. No, mashing is bad when you're doing this. Right? That's bad mashing. But in a lot of situations, mashing is very, very practical and useful. So, like, if I want to do a wake up in this game, like, yeah, I'll mash it, dude. Like, I have no problem doing that, right? So, right? Why wouldn't I mash? It increases my chances of actually getting the reversal out, like, infinitely, right? So, absolutely mash, right? The other one that I've showed before was that the, here, let's do this here. What can I do to set this up? Oh, let's try Kimberly here, like so, right? So what I'm gonna do here is, let's record Kimberly to do this, right? And so if I got that right, oh, I did it way too late. Oh God. I missed it. Basically, I'm trying to do the thing where I run to the other side. Actually, you know what I could do? That's not a good way to show it. Basically, there's a left-right mix-up. So, like, what I'm trying to show you guys is a very common Kimberly setup right here. Where if the enemy jumps, you do this thing. And after that, like, Kimberly can be like, oh, I can pick either side, right? So I can do like, oh, ha, or I can do like, oh, aha, right? Like, that's a very common Kimberly mix-up right there. And yeah, a lot of people are gonna just be like, you know, like, oh, it's a shitty left-right mix-up or whatever like that. But honestly, you can mash the controller from the 2 down diagonals, like I'm doing right now. You can see on the controller thing, and just do this, and like do this like this. And what this actually does is it will make me DP no matter what side she ends up on. I did this against Sets in Street Fighter 4 when he did that, you know, stomp, 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 dive kick, left-right mix-up in the corner against me. He would go stomp, 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 dive kick, and of course I didn't need an OD back then, so I would just do this, just mashing back and forth like this. And because of the DP shortcut input, like, it would just register as a dragon punch no matter what side he ended up on, so I could hit him without having to guess left or right, right? So, this absolutely you can mash like this, right? Yeah, double tap is different. So, you know, in this situation, you know, double tap can help like this, right? But, again, like, even if I did it like this, like, if it works for you and you can do it consistently, like, you just mash, right? Now, once you start playing the character a lot, you can stop mashing because you just get used to the timing. If that's something that you would like to do, Archer Carter, so that you don't have to do mashing like that, right? So that you can have the timing a little bit better, so you don't want to double tap, especially if you are a pad player. If you're a pad player, double tapping is not as good of a technique because you can't do the finger thing like this as easily without letting go of the control and stuff like that. If you want to practice the timing, There's definitely a lot of different ways to do it, right? But the way that I've always told everybody how to practice these things is most humans, and I'm not going to say everybody because a lot of people don't have rhythm, but most humans have rhythm in their head. You've listened to a lot of songs where someone sings something and doesn't start on the, on the first beat of a measure or whatever like that. But you kind of know when they're going to start because you just get used to it and you can kind of feel it and stuff. A lot of people can actually build muscle memory into a rhythm into their muscle memory. Landlocked Surfer, what's the what? What was that in reaction to? So a lot of people can build a rhythm into their muscle memory, right? Visual aids for the timing is the most consistent way. Not for me, to be honest with you. For me, it's audio. It's always audio for me. So what happens for me is when I try to do this, that's too fast. So I go, Oh, it's too slow. Right? So like I end up building a rhythm into my head. Right? And so when you want to practice this link here, the problem is a lot of people are like, let's try this link. It didn't work. Let's try it again. It didn't work. What you're not doing is you're not building to a solution. You're just trying the link and hope it comes out, right? You're not actually trying to solve the problem. How you solve the problem is that if your move doesn't come out, you press the button too early. If it doesn't combo, you press the button too late. Very logical, right? So what you do is pick a rhythm. Try your first rhythm. Nothing came out. I did it too early. So instead of I gotta slow it down a little bit. Oh, now it works, right? Now, Or if I did this, Oh, it didn't combo. Didn't combo. Speed it up. Oh, it worked. Oh, that was too fast. And then build this rhythm into your head, and now you're going to be able to do this combo subconsciously without ever thinking about it, because you feel the rhythm all of a sudden. So all the combos like that work for me better that way. And in fact, I'm not trying to say that Forrest is wrong, because some people can use visuals to help them. But for me, like, now I can do this combo blindfolded, right? Like, I'll try to close my eyes here and I'll be like, Did I get it? No, I missed it. Well, oops, I did it too fast that time. Is it? Okay. So it'll be like, Did I get it? No, I missed it. I'm still missing it. Oh, I'm doing it too fast. Am I doing it too fast or too late? I can't tell. I'm doing it too early, actually. Yeah, I'm doing it too early. There it is. Like, if you can do it with your eyes closed, it helps, But you gotta build that rhythm in there, right? You build the rhythm in there. Okay. Yeah. Okay, it's not working out as well as I thought it would. I think something in my brain is trying to speed me up or something like that. There it is. I'm doing it too fast, weirdly. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there's something in my brain that's tending to speed me up a little bit. But once you get used to it, like, see, I'm doing it pretty consistently now, right? And I'm not even looking at the screen anymore, right? I'm closing my eyes. And I'm getting it pretty consistently right there now. So, again, you know, you can build these rhythms in your head like that, and that actually helps. That is why Ed's dream combo is so hard, JNV, because it is very hard to rhythm, because the button presses that you have are very spread apart, and not only that, but like literally they are one frame windows. You know, for something like this, because you also have the input buffer, it's a little bit easier, but Ed has a lot of very, very difficult one frame specific stuff. That's why it's the dream combo, because that combo is really freaking hard to do. Thus, it's the dream combo. So, not everybody can do that combo. That combo is extremely, extremely difficult. So, it's not really kind of something that you can learn through the rhythm and stuff like that. So, but yeah, if you can actually build up the rhythm in your head, so oh shoot, I just wanted to say, James, you're the GOAT. Keep doing what you're doing, God. Well, thank you, Landlocked Surfer. I appreciate it. I appreciate that. Has to be hard to talk to two audiences. It's just there's a lot of stuff going on. Yeah, which is why fighting game tutorials should be like rhythm games in a way. But the thing about it is, like, what you want to do is they didn't kill the dream combo for Ed. They lowered the damage of the dream combo by a lot, because EX Psycho Flicker now has a 15% combo scaling in the middle of a combo. So, do you think this method will also work in Tekken Rhythm or whatever? Yeah, absolutely. When I played Tekken, a lot of that game was very rhythmic to me. However, keep also in mind that Tekken, out of all the fighting games, has one of the longest input buffers in fighting games. 3D games tend to have the longest input buffers, right? Because the magic number is usually 10 frames. So, you know, there's a lot of leeway to put in huge buffers. That's why Tekken has always been a very frame data heavy game since the beginning, because there is so much input buffer. That's why the whole concept of frame trapping and the whole concept of turns is prevalent in Virtua Fighter and Tekken. Both those games have big ol' input buffers in those games. So, okay, Ford Corvette. I'll definitely do that. I'll definitely do that when I get a chance. Uncanny AI art. Interesting. Oh, was it only initial scaling, John the Automaton? Interesting. Then I don't feel like, well, I don't feel like that's a huge deal then, if it's just to the initial scaling. Did they do anything else to it? Oh, they added 30% initial scaling. Holy crap. That is a lot. Yeah, nothing else they changed would have changed that. But I guess they just wanted to make it so he couldn't just randomly Psycho Flicker or punish things with Psycho Flicker and get a bunch of damage. I guess they're thinking if you go jab jab into it or something like that, you're already scaling it a lot. So yeah. So yeah, I don't. His old Optimal used to start with raw OD Blitz, right? So yeah, that's the one. So in other words, if someone like misses a DP or they're punishable by OD Psycho Flicker, that's gonna get nerfed a lot in terms of damage. Because OD Psycho Flicker. Oh wait, was it Blitz? I'm sorry, Flicker. God, I can't get the move of Ed's names straight. I can't do it. I don't know why. I can't, because like in the previous game he had like Psycho Snatcher and all this other stuff, and like I keep getting the okay, Psycho Blitz. OD Psycho Blitz. It's a 13 frame startup, so it's not gonna punish a lot of stuff. Well, Tekken's execution largely comes into play on the dashes, right? So a lot of the times when you're doing long juggles, it's about bam, bam, dash, blam, bam, dash, bam, dash, bam, dash, and you have to make sure you dash a certain amount, and you know, that's where a lot of the execution comes in, especially because the longer the combo goes, the further you push them away, right? So in order to maximize a lot of combos, you have to dash exact distances before you do stuff, and that's where a lot of the execution comes in. Or it's just something like Electric Wind Godfist, which is we just programmed this move to have a just frame that's really hard to time unless you're on a cross up, you know, and then it's cake basically. So El Forte, no, we don't El Forte special move names. No. EX Speed Bag. That's a, you know what? Maybe I'm just gonna call it that. EX Speed Bag. I think that's the best way. That's gonna be the best way to do it. So, yeah, mental stack is. Or you just talking about the fact that we have execution stack. I think someone said somewhere. I don't remember, but yeah. That's basically, yeah, so Archer Carter, like, or like I said, if you just learn to double tap it, you start a little early with that, and if you can just learn how to get that feeling in there with the double tap, you know, it becomes really hard to miss, right? This becomes really hard to miss. But again, if you're on the pad, you're not going to be able to do that. Yeah, the rhythm thing is important, and this is what I mean to a lot of people, like, a lot of the times when people can't get a combo to work, their solution is to brute force it. Keep trying it until it works, right? When you watch me do all the combo trials through all these games, you'll notice, like, it almost happens every time. Like, I have a problem. Oh, okay, let me try this one section. I figured it out, and then I'm having and then I do the combo, and then all of a sudden, I do the combo like 5 times in a row, right? And it's because I'm not brute forcing. I'm not just trying it until it works. I'm teaching myself how to make it more consistent. I am understanding where I am messing up executionally, why I'm messing up executionally, and I make those corrections, and I use stuff like the rhythm to make sure that I am more consistent. And like I said, one of the common ways that I've actually done that is like when I do like, oh, what's the timing on this? I can't ever seem to get the timing right? All you have to do, for example, is do crouching heavy punch and hold up. Wank. Boom. Whoop. Whoop. And right when you jump, that's when you gotta hit the button. The game, you could literally have the game tell you what the rhythm is. Right? And the other thing too you can do, which we can't do right now, but a lot of the times, the sound effect helps as well. How? So sometimes I won't use my button press. I use the timing of the hit. Right? That's too slow. So I use the audio of the hit actually connecting. So either one of those is going, either one of those, you can use your button press timing. Usually if the combo is really fast, like with Kimberly, I use the button press timing, right? And the nice thing about it is you're using the same button twice. So you can use the same rhythm the whole way, right? Oops, wrong character. Right, and so I use the button press on that, but for Cammy, I would tend to use the pow more often to actually get the timing a little bit better. How would you confirm the jump, since the jump doesn't have sound, by the way? Yeah, you're just going with the visual. And there's a lot of, so to your credit, Forrest, there's a lot of visual stuff as well. For example, let's use Yasmine as an example over here, right? If I'm playing Yasmine here, let's actually set myself to activated Bayani, right? Like, so here I can get the, oh wait, did I want activated or do I just want this? Let me see something. I forget, can I connect with that? God, that's so early. Whoops, shoot. All right, let's deactivate that. Okay, that doesn't work. What was the setup that I was doing? What was the combo? There was one combo where it was just like, it might have just been one of these ones here. Whoops. Oh, I think it was this. That's what it was. Or was it this one here? Yeah, that's what it was right here. You know, to get the heavy punch right here. So a lot of the times, like if you need to like combo something here like this, you can use the height of the opponent to actually give you what time you're supposed to actually do the follow-up. I remember in Super Turbo, Vega could do flip kick into flip kick on certain members of the cast, but I see a lot of people drop that because the time that you actually do the second flip kick was significantly later than people thought. But the move had a tremendous startup, so what I had just learned to do is after the first one, I just waited until the character was about to hit the floor, and then I would do the second one because it just came out so fast that you would hit them anyway. So a lot of times, instead of like just trying to guess time it, the two flip kicks were far enough apart that using rhythm muscle memory didn't work. So I just used the height of the opponent as a visual cue. So you can do that here. So like, oh God, the input buffer made it so much easier. There's other examples that are better than this one. I just can't think of any right now. But yeah, you definitely can do that. So, see, the jumpings I can rely on the landing most of the time. Right. I was just saying use the jump to, you can use the jump to learn the rhythm, right? Like this is +4. So this combos into low jab, right? Or actually a good example is, which one was it? It was this move, I think. Or was it this move? No, I think it was the Daloi. I think it was the Daloi. So I think it was this one. Yeah, I think it was that one maybe? Or, shoot, I can't remember now. There was one move where she just landed like instantly. I think it was this one right here. Yeah, like that's +2, but on counter hit. See, like that's too slow. Because I kept thinking there was delay at the end of this, and so I couldn't get it to combo. So you can just hold up, right? So Oh, she jumps right away as soon as she lands, right? So now I know to press the button as soon as I land. So you can use the jumps basically to tell you, because the reason why you use the jump like that, you can use anything. You can even use walking if you really want to, but sometimes it's hard to tell. For things that end things like in crouching or whatever like that, maybe I can hold parry. But basically all you're doing is you're just trying to find out when you reach a neutral state where the button will register, right? So I use jump because it's a lot more visually obvious when you start to jump. And so basically you can't jump until you're free to move. So obviously if I'm free to jump at this point, that means I'm free to attack, right? That's why I use the jumps a lot of the times to learn how to do combos like that. So, what's up, noob man? What's up, a free frock man? I mean, crazy. I mean, like, it's crazy that Crime won an EWC before Blas did. That's crazy, actually. In Tekken 2, Bruce's post-bound solo staple combo used an instant while standing 2 from crouch dash, and it had a really strict timing. So I really observed the recovery animation of Bruce's Poseidon. Yeah, I mean, one of the things about Tekken is that the moves are a little bit slower as well. So you oftentimes had to use the visual timing, because as much as the rhythm timing works, the longer delay between the two things, the less reliable it becomes. Right? You can do but if it's like, that's hard to be consistent on. So if you have that kind of a situation, now there have been times on certain combos, and I can't remember any right now, but I think in Street Fighter 6 I might have had one, but I definitely did it in other games where I would intentionally triple tap things, because it just made it easier for me to do it, even though, like, because it was easy for me to memorize timing as opposed to, right? So sometimes I would just, like, you know, I would memorize that kind of timing, and it would actually make it easier for me to do, weirdly enough. So, is that Oscar of Iana, or is that Ascorofiana? I'm not sure. But hopefully, yeah, hopefully that did help, Archer Carter. Xiao Hai reacts, Cry May win like a proud father of his child. Did Xiao Hai react that way? I didn't see that, actually. I hadn't watched all the matches yet. I've been going through the replays a little bit, so. Well, in so again, it just depends on what the execution is, right? So in Tekken, you absolutely can mash buttons, but there are certain executions where mashing buttons isn't gonna help, right? The perfect example of that one is the infamous combo that Rashid has, right? Rashid has that down heavy punch combo juggle in the corner. I always forget what the setup for this combo is. I always forget, like, what a good setup for this combo is. Because I've never really played him. Okay, the wind is going away there. I guess I can do this here. How do I keep myself from doing that kick? I always remember there's a way to do stuff like that. Oh, let's see. It was Arabian Sky High. Oh, was it just the regular one? You don't do the EX one. Is that what it was? Yeah, it's like that one, basically, right there. I don't know the exact setup of it. Oh, I think it's the medium one. I think it's the medium one. Oof. Whoops. Whoop. There it was. I got it. I got it. I actually got the one frame link. I actually got the one frame link somehow. I have no idea how I did that. Lucky, basically. Because if you do it too early, you bounce off like that. And if you do it too late, you just miss, right? The last time I calculated this, it was literally a one frame link. It was literally a one frame link. And so, like, you have to get good at timing that, and it's really, really hard. But a lot of the top players out there who play Rashid are good at it, but you see them miss it a lot as well. That's something that you just have to eyeball and really just kind of hope you get, honestly. So, it's not even a one frame link, it's just a one frame window. You have to hit literally at a specific height so that Rashid lands on the next frame when he tries to bounce off. So he just lands, and then you can get the juggle afterwards. Yeah, so you can just get that there. It's hard. It's hard. I'm not going to sit here and try it all day. But yeah, that's definitely one of the things that is like one of those, you just have to learn how to time it properly. That's what Abigail had to do for some of his strongest combos in Street Fighter V in the past and stuff like that. So I have not Apex, but I haven't been looking. I haven't been searching. So a free frac, man, that makes me wonder how the heck Kevin and JB handle that. They just practice. Just practice. You just keep doing it, and eventually you do build up kind of a little bit of a muscle memory on that. So, oh, what the heck? Oh, that sucks. Oh man, whoops. Anyways, yeah. Any other questions before I officially start the stream over here? Where can you challenge Chon Choi? He plays on Fightcade every once in a while. I heard he's on there like more often than he used to. So I would say try to find him on Fightcade. Mostly Alpha 2 and Hyper Fighting, I think. But it might be Alpha 2 the most, I think, that he does. So so that might be the best place to go. Is Alpha 3 a body game? Not 100% a body game. I mean, it is if you have to play Viasm, but again, even the Viasm combos aren't super hard to do. A lot of them are just repetitive, so they're not too bad. If you want to get into the crouch canceling infinites and stuff, then it gets a lot more body. But prior to, like, if you're not taking that into account, if you're not trying to crouch cancel infinite people all over the place, then no, it's not a body game. It probably, because right now the meta of the game is crouch canceling infinites, in order to be competitive at the highest level in this game, in Alpha 3, then, you know, the body quotient will rise significantly. But until then, like the majority of the game at its core is not a body game. So, Ahsoka, I don't know if you've been on my stream before when I talk about the heart, mind, and the body. This was something that Laugh came up with a long time ago to describe players, not the games, right? So there's a heart, mind, and a body player. Heart player plays by gut instinct. Mind players research everything and like try to find the setups and everything. And body players are just execution monsters. First thing you do when you come up here is mute my microphone, Nathan. That's the first thing you do. Jesus. So man, this cat is just muting me all day. So a body game would be a game that requires a lot more execution. So Marvel 3 is a very heavy body game because if you're really good at piloting Zero May Cry, you can just win, right? Like, you get one mix-up on the opponent, and that's the end of the game. Like, and then they never block again, and they die. But Zero's combos are very executionally difficult, and his mix-ups are very, very hard to do. But if you are good at execution, you can do that, and it's not a problem. So that's what a body game is, basically. It's a game where your execution will help you win a lot more. Whereas if you played a game like, let's say, like I'm going to make this up out of my ass because I don't know. Is there any Granblue players in here? Because I'm pretty sure that Granblue doesn't have a lot of crazy execution. So Granblue is a low body game. Street Fighter 6 is pretty much a low body game as well. Street Fighter 4 is a higher body game because of one frame links more than anything. Yeah, so Crimson Viper is a body character, absolutely. And what a body. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Not really kidding, but you know. But yeah, I mean, it depends on the character. So like in Street Fighter 4, for example, Ryu is a heart character in Street Fighter 4, right? He's just a heart character. Dudley, Sakura, they were body characters in Street Fighter 4. And like mind characters were like the way that Cien played Gen, because he just had all these evil wall dive, cross up setups, etc., etc. So, yeah. So that's basically. In Street Fighter 6, the one frame links. So the thing that I just did with Rashid isn't necessarily a one frame link. It's just a one frame window in which you can do stuff, which is the same thing as a one frame link. However, like, there's like 2 characters that I know of that might have a one frame link, and even when Rashid misses his, it's not even that terrible. You're not losing that much damage, and you have setups to option select off of the bounce anyway. But 98% of the stuff that you can do in this game doesn't really require massive execution. I know that sounds really mean because some people have trouble doing some stuff in this game. But you know, like, from the aspect of a professional, you've got like the dream combo for Ed. You have that Rashid down in heavy punch. There's not a lot of really high execution stuff in Street Fighter 6 in general. And in fact, for Viper, they literally just nerfed one of her execution. And some of the Viper players are actually mad about that. They're mad that they made it a little bit easier. And there's so many like little shortcuts they gave to Viper that I actually wish they would take away. Because I want Viper to be as difficult as she was in the past, right? So for example, if you wanted to do the Seismo, right? So like if I did a heavy Seismo, so let me put her at forever block, right? You can jump cancel the Seismo like this, right? And like, that's really cool, but then you find out that you don't even need to let go of the button, right? Like what is that? Like, why did they do that? Like, why did they make it so that I don't even have to let go of the button, right? Like, it's just like, come on. Make it so the guy has to press the button at least, right? Like, and I would still press the button anyway because it just feels better to me, right? But when I found out that you can literally do this while holding the button, like, I was like, no, come on, dude, come on. And now, before, if I wanted to cancel this into a high jump, like so, you actually...
James, switch the cameras.
Why do I want to switch the cameras? This is the right camera. Unless you want more cat. Is that what you want? You want more cat? This is the right camera. But the other thing now, so before when I did crouch medium kick into high jump cancel, you had to go back to neutral to do down up, right? So if I wanted to do, for example, into, you know, thunder knuckle like this, I had to let go of the joystick when I did crouching medium kick, then do down tiger knee back, right, to get the jump cancel, right, like that. But now they made it so that you don't even have to go into the neutral anymore. If you hold straight down, if I do a button that's jump cancelable, I just hit up. And now it just high jumps for you. Like, why? Why? Like, it's people. Like, it's funny because they do that, like, let's make it easier for players, and you'll see most Viper players be like, why did you do this? Like, we don't want it to be like this. We want it to be, you know, execution. There are people out there who like execution. So give them an execution character, right? Don't do this, I can hold the button crap here like this. And don't let me just hit up and high jump automatically because I can't do that here, right? Like, that's not a high jump. So why should this register as a high jump if I just hit up, right? Like, it's just, is the move cancelable? Okay, then if you hit up while starting at down, you can high jump cancel it. Which is weird because they don't even do that for crouching medium punch. It's just crouching medium kick? That's it? They only did it for crouching medium kick? Oh, they did it for crouching light kick as well. So it's just crouching light kick and crouching medium kick that they gave the jump cancels to. That's so weird. No, so you don't even just hold it. But you still have to do the DP into the tiger knee, but you never have to press the button again. You don't ever have to press the button again. You can just hold the button. Like, normally it should be... Right? That's what it should be, but I can just hold the button. Like, I don't know why. It's just like for the jump cancel, like, what, so the thing about Street Fighter 4 is when you could do a lot of these jump cancel things, it wasn't something that they programmed into Viper specifically. It was literally just, high jump was a special move, but high jump had pre-jump frames that you could cancel into a special move. So it was just something that you took advantage of all the system mechanics to make it work. What they've done in Street Fighter 6 is they've coded in a bunch of things that are like, oh, did I do the high jump thing? Oh, is the button pressed? Yes, do the move, right? It's not just, it just happened that all these mechanics came together to allow me to do this kind of stuff, right? It was just... this is how the mechanics worked, and we found a cool way to take advantage of that. And in this game, there's a lot more hard-coded, like, little things that make it a little bit easier for Viper to do a lot of these combos, you know, and, you know, granted, like, this stuff is still, you know, at least a little tricky, you know, like, it's not, like, free or anything like that, but, like, it's still not quite, you know, what she was able to, like, it wasn't quite as difficult as it was before and stuff, so... Well, it's not even just the input reader, honestly, Mage Nicholas, because keep in mind that nobody else realizes this. Hey, thank you, Zilcho. Look at that, 5 consecutive streams. Appreciate you. The thing about it is that the input reader in Street Fighter 6 is the same input reader as Street Fighter 4. There's very few differences between the input readers in 4, 5, and 6. All 3 of the games, most of the shortcuts that work in one work in the other. And that's the... So a lot of people just didn't realize it. It's just the more we've played these games, the more we've learned about, like, what the... like, how we could take advantage of it. Like, I told the story yesterday, I think it was, that literally an old school player saw me do the, hey, thank you for the follow, D-Buried, 83, that I showed people the Zangief thing, right? Oh, no, actually, I wasn't I was talking to a friend about it, how Zangief is just the, you know, it's just the cardinal directions, right? So if I hit left, right, down, up, plus punch, like, that counts as an SPD. I just have to make sure I hit all 4 of the cardinal directions within a certain window, right? And it's not actually a 360. So I can literally just go left, right, down, up, and punch, right? So, like, I can go left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right, right, down, up, and I can get the SPD, right? And I was talking about this on a stream, that's right, I was, and I had an older school player who played Street Fighter 4 and then stopped after that, and he was like, what? God, even in Street Fighter 4 you had to, you know, be more precise with your SPDs. And I was like, actually, that works in Street Fighter 4 as well. He was like, what? Right? And that's the thing, right? Street Fighter 4 has actually had most of the input shortcuts and most of the weird things that we take advantage of better now, because we just gained a lot more knowledge about how a lot of this works, and so we just have a better idea of exactly how these things read inputs and stuff. You know, we're way more scientific with these games now because we can get into the system and we can actually, you know, check the code and do all sorts of other crazy things like that. So the leverless does cause a lot of that too, yeah, as well. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's the nice thing, Mike Jones, is that's why, like, that heart, mind, and body thing is so important to me, because, you know, not only was Laugh right all along, and that there are players who are more heart, body, or mind, but there are fighting games that are more heart, body, and mind. And because of that, based off of what you enjoy, you're gonna like some games over another. In fact, Mike is a perfect example of this, because when he first showed up in my stream, he was trying to play Street Fighter 6, and he's like, I don't enjoy this game. And I asked him what type of fighting games he enjoyed in the past, and I said, go play City of the Wolves. I was just like, go play City of the Wolves. And he played it, and Mike, I mean, as far as I still remember, he loves that game. Like, he's enjoying it a lot, because City of the Wolves is a heart game. Street Fighter 5 and 6 are mind games, right? And so you actually, Dirk Schneider, what a name! What's up, Dirk Schneider? What do you mean to do an SVD as an inverted Konami code? Yeah, it's like I said, I can hold right, go left, down, up, and punch. And that does an SPD, right? I don't even have to do a 360 necessarily. Just go, woo, and that's it. So, yeah. So, that's kind of why Ahsoka, when you're asking what's a body game, I really analyze it. Now, keep in mind, too, that this is not common nomenclature in our scene. And in fact, many people are against this notion of heart, mind, and body games. And this is smart people too, okay? Smart people, not just like scrubs or whatever. Like these are like legit, like good players that are very much against this notion of having games be of different, mind, body, or heart and stuff. And a lot of them view the fighting game like they're all the same. They just all do the same thing, but they're just like a different mechanic does the same role and stuff like that. And so I've told some people, like, look, older games, the frame data doesn't matter as much as it does in Street Fighter 6 and stuff. And I've had people be like, every fighting game, frame data is important. You have to know frame data in every fighting game. I'm like, it's not true, really. And yeah, I've gotten into some heated conversations about this. I've had people actually like attack me and like these are people that I know that attack me and just like get really mad at me for making these kind of statements and like that. So this is my philosophy of how I view fighting games. But the problem with it is that when I talk about this view, it just makes too much sense. It explains so many goddamn things about the fighting game scene that like previously like were confusing. I mean, like one of the biggest opponents to this theory was Tubaware when he was on the Tuesday show, and one of his favorite games was the new Samurai Showdown that came out, right? And Ultra David, who's been a mind player this whole entire time, hated Samurai Showdown, which makes total sense because he's a mind player and there's like no mind in Samurai Showdown. That game is like entirely body. But Tubaware was like, oh, it's all the same, like because we were arguing, are the newer players better or are the older players better? And I was like, bro, they're just as good as each other. It's just the games are different now. He's like, that's not true. Newer players are just better. And I was like, what happened the first year of Samurai Showdown at EVO, right? I think the newest player in the top 8 was Infiltration, right? But the other players were Alex Valle, Justin Wong, Kazunoko, Henry Sen. Like, all the old players got into Samurai Showdown. And I was like, look, you make a game that works for the old mindset, you get old players winning, right? I was like, the reason why a lot of the old players aren't winning 5 and 6 is because the game doesn't play to their strengths. Literally, Daigo is famous for hitting you with an invincible uppercut out of nowhere because it just felt like the right thing to do, which is why I call the heart games the fuck it DP genre, right? The Ume Shoryu is like the most heart thing you can possibly do. He stunned and beat GamerB by doing 3 heavy DPs meaty in a row. He did 3 meaty heavy DPs in a row to GamerB, and this was at the point where Ryu's heavy DP was not FADC cancelable. So Daigo just walked up to GamerB on his wake up and did an uppercut and hit him. And then he did it again and hit him. And he did it again and hit him and he stunned him and then he killed him, right? Literally the most hard thing you could possibly do. And in 5 and 6, you can't do it anymore. These games have taken a lot of the heart factor out of the game, and it's definitely a lot more mind. And again, this is not wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. I will talk about it like it's ugh, but that's just because I am an old school player. The old games were all heart games, and so they self-selected into heart players. So all the old school players are heart players. There was a few mind players like an Ultra David who got involved with it, but that's why when Street Fighter V came out, like Ultra David just was like so good at Street Fighter V. Like he just like that game just like clicked with him because, like I said, he used to be he's a mind player, and so when 5 came out, it just clicked. And 6 is clicking with him. You saw like he had to retire at like 96th place that one year for Street Fighter 6 at EVO so he could commentate. Like he got to like top 96 of like out of like 2,000, 4,000 people with Honda when Honda was even worse because the game just like stuck with him. You never had to really read frame data until Street Fighter V if you were a Street Fighter player. No, I don't agree with you, Mage. I don't think Daigo was a demon in Street Fighter V. He was really good in Season 1 when Ryu had invincible DPs. But as soon as that went away, Daigo struggled after that. And he still was very good. But you also have to remember, like, he switched to Guile for a while. And even on his own streams, he was just like, yeah, I learned that in order for me to succeed in Street Fighter V, I have to be more random. I just have to try to flash kick more often because that's just part of the game. And he's kind of right in that way, right? Because the RPS, the rock, paper, scissors, the attack, throw, shimmy, I mean, like waking up with a button, like always sounds like a bad idea, but you have to do it in these games because that's how you beat shimmies, right? So when you see people wake up with buttons in old games, you're like, what are you doing? Why are you mashing? Like, why are you trying to press a normal on your wake up? Like, that's like the worst tactic possible. But once you got to Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI, it becomes a necessary tactic because it's just part of the RPS. The RPS is so ingrained in these games that A beats B beats C beats A. Whereas in a lot of the old games, it was A beats, B, C, D, E, and F, but it doesn't beat G, which is invincible DPs, but blocking beats these things, but not this, but this one only beats this, but this one beats these two, but not the others, and so you just had like this kind of wheel, but it wasn't so direct, right? It was more kind of risk-rewardy, Ending Walker is very much a mind player, in my opinion. Sako is body. Sako is a body player, but he's also very good at mind. But body is where his strength is, which is why he has so many Sako combos, right? Why he was the only one that could do that BB Hood Infinite when they were only playing the arcades and there was no trading mode. But yeah, like, I mean, so wait, let me see. Yeah, 5 was infiltration early. Right, exactly. But also infiltration, in my opinion, is one of the strongest heart plus mind players. Like, he's so good at doing either one. And I really feel like he was kind of one of the main transitions of that when we were going through 4 to 5, right? His win at EVO was really kind of the transition, and then we kind of shifted over a little bit more to mind players from that point forward. But I thought Infiltration was like one of the best in terms of like being right in the middle. However, the first year of Street Fighter V, when we weren't sure how the game played exactly, I mean, he won the first half of the first year. He was unbeatable. Then Tokido started taking over, and Tokido was unbeatable. And then Capcom Cup happened, and both Tokido and Infiltration went 0-2. So who knows? Like, I don't know. I don't know. And unfortunately, after that, the game completely changed, right? Because we lost the invincible DPs and stuff, and we lost the jump back OS and stuff like that. So, it's interesting. Like, I like talking about this because it's really fascinating. Is there a 3D fighter that is a body game? Not that I'm aware of, and I want to say that my knowledge of 3D games isn't high enough to be able to say whether there is or not. I haven't played a lot of them, so I don't know offhand. So, let's see here. But the other thing too, Mage Nicholas, about Daigo though, is that what was good. So again, this is the conversation that I have all the time, right? That Japan players alter themselves to the game, whereas Western players keep trying to alter the game to them, right? So they're trying to make the game fit them, whereas Japan, they try to make themselves fit the game. Daigo still had success in Street Fighter V, but a lot of it was because he was one of the first Japanese players to really kind of clock the shift from heart to mind. I always put up that video every time of Daigo, you know, talking about how Street Fighter V is about studying, right? And not about the speed of decision making. That's how Daigo described it. The speed of decision making was the heart game, and Street Fighter V was the study game. And he said Nuki is one of the best fighting game players in the world, and he hates Street Fighter V, and he doesn't like to play it because he doesn't want to study. He's too lazy, is what Daigo said. He doesn't want to study, so he can't get good. And so Daigo was like, but that's how Street Fighter V works. You have to study that. And then he sat there and practiced was his reaction for for 10 hours, right? People probably remember the streams where he sat there and made Ibuki do one of three things, and he just sat there and just tried to react to all three things every single time, because he started realizing that Street Fighter V was about reactions, and it was about studying, right? And it was about, you know, he knew that it was a different kind of game. So instead of being like, I'm Daigo, I like Ume Shoryu's and predictions, he was like, I can't succeed that way. I have to succeed in the way that the game wants me to succeed. So I'm going to have to learn that, which is why he also had that conversation where he's like, yeah, I just have to OD flash kick or EX flash kick more often because that's part of the game. You have to just risk it, because if you don't, then you can't play a true RPS kind of thing with people. So I just have to do it. And when Daigo first was showing success with Guile, like, he was kind of playing like kind of weird. I don't know if you remember the match where he had that really big comeback on Problem X. You know, everybody was like, oh my God, the Ume flash kick, he's back, you know, kind of things. And, you know, it wasn't even really Daigo about being like reads. It was like, okay, in these situations, I have to throw this out from time to time, because if I don't, I can't ever get my opponent to respect, blah, 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 blah. And so these games just play a lot differently. And that's what, you know, and that's why I'm so entrenched in this philosophy, and I try to teach it. But a lot of people, like I said, don't agree with me. And in fact, like I said, I have had a lot of people get very, very testy with me about it. So, you know, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. This is my philosophy. I just want to make sure that that is stated out there, because if you go up to other people and be like, oh, you know, I heard this is a mind game or this is a body game, a lot of other top people will be like, what the hell are you talking about? Or some people will be like, nah, God, that's not even a thing. All fighting games are the same. You just use a different tool for the same goal, and it's the exact same thing, you know? But, you know, my argument, I mean, someone on Twitter just said, like, I think I finally get it, that Street Fighter 6 is a frame data game, because I'm playing Avatar, and, like, the frame data doesn't matter at all. Like, he's just like, I'm just doing stuff, right? Like, it's not the same at all. And I literally responded to him. I was like, welcome to my philosophy of mind versus body. Because, you know, it's true. That's just how it is. Like, if you design a game a certain way, they just aren't going to play that. You know, you don't necessarily need frame data in a lot of games. And so it's really interesting, you know. So that this person wrote, while I don't fully agree with it, I'm starting to understand the idea of frame data games where people consider interactions to be canned and based primarily on an advantage-disadvantage frame data, versus games like Avatar where interactions feel diverse in spite of frame data. And that's like my point. You can make games that don't rely on frame data. Like Vampire Savior, I play a lot of Vampire Savior, and I'm like, okay, yeah, it helps to know how fast certain moves are, whatever, but in the end, that's not necessarily going to come into play about how you win in those games, right? No amount of frame data is going to help me beat QB. Like, no frame data you could teach me is going to help me beat QB. It's just going to be about, can I read their pattern and can I just be smarter than them? You know what I mean? Like, there's like, and there's no like crazy like frame data studying that will actually help me in that at all. So reactions are largely body, I think. Reactions are very are a body thing, I think. So let's see here. What are people saying here? I always remember David's always saying you needed OSs just to be competitive. Yeah, you do in a lot of these later games, but like in a lot of the older games, like you can have OSs and you should use OSs if you can. But, you know, the reason why a lot of the old school players started hating Street Fighter 4 when it got OS heavy was because they were just like I remember Combo Fiend hated option selects, hated it, because he was like, man, that's like cheating because you're making the game make the decisions for you. That's not why I play fighting games, right? Combo Fiend is about as heart as you could possibly imagine. Combo Fiend is one of the most heart players in the world, right? Vi is another heart player. Like, he's like majority heart player. And so, like, you know, once the OSs started coming into play, they got really frustrated because for them it was they were making the decisions themselves with their gut, and that's what was allowing them to win, and that's how they preferred to play. You know, I mean, it's interesting, Joe, that you liked Street Fighter V, but didn't like Street Fighter 6, because those two games are so similar to each other. I used to believe that 6 was different than 5, but the more I've played them, the more I realize that 6 is just 5 on crack, basically. I don't agree with some of your labels, but I think it's a fantastic and fine categorization, right? It takes playing high-level matches against strong opponents repeatedly. There's no reason to get upset unless they feel like they're being unlabeled unfairly. Well, I think a lot of people, like I've said in the past, I feel like a lot of people feel like when I try to make this distinction, I'm trying to make excuses for older players, right? Like when I said that about Street Fighter V, I was like, this is not a game for a lot of the older players, you know, and that's why we don't see them having success. And they just think it's me making excuses for older players, and that, you know, I'm just trying to argue that, yes, John Choi could beat some of the players today, like Mena RD and whatever. And I'm like, it's not what I'm trying to say. And in fact, it was when I realized that Street Fighter V was a different game that I got better at it. By making this, I basically did what Daigo did. I realized that the way that I was trying to learn Street Fighter V was incorrect. I couldn't play Street Fighter, and this took me switching away from Cammy, because Cammy on paper was so similar to Cammy in Street Fighter 4. So I kept trying to play her like I was in Street Fighter 4, but it didn't work. It was finally when I switched to Lucia that I was like, okay, I have to study the frame data. I have to map out my Oki. Like, I have to know when I knock you down exactly what my setup is. I have to know that this is what this is. And as a result, I got better at the game. I'm not making these distinctions as an excuse for the old players. I make the distinction so that you as a player know where to approach the game from. If I'm a body player and if I'm a heart player and I really want to play Street Fighter 6, I have to learn to change the way I lab, change the way that I think about the game, right? Like in old games, you know, if I knocked you down and I used the frame kill for a setup, like, that's just like not necessarily a good idea. It doesn't necessarily help you, right? And in fact, the more predictable you are, the worse off you are. But in a game like Street Fighter V and Street Fighter 6, if I lab a frame kill and dash up right next to you, and I have an option that's a meaty throw, a meaty button, or shimmy, then it doesn't matter if you know I'm going for that setup. Because it's perfect. A beats B beats C beats A, right? It's like it's designed this way, which is why a lot of people say that 5 and 6 are a lot more random. The thing about 5 that a lot of the players who are playing 6 that don't like about 5 is that because outside of V-Trigger, 5 required a lot more neutral work because of things, because you didn't have drive rush and stuff. So it was hard getting in on opponents, and you had to mental stack them so that you could dash at them, etc., etc. Street Fighter 6 clearly has a lot more ways to get yourself in. Like, I touch you with crouching medium kick, I can drive rush cancel it now, and now I'm in, and I get a mix-up, right? Not only that, but the buttons reached a lot farther. If we booted up Street Fighter 5 and I showed you how far some of those normals reached, you would cry. You'd be like, wait, I don't remember it being this short. But trust me, like, now that we're used to Street Fighter 6, those buttons are tiny. Holy crap, are they tiny. So, like, it's just interesting that way, so... I mean, NuckleDu is a mixture. He's really good at the heart and he's really good at the mind. I wouldn't call him a pure mind player, honestly. You're like a cheese 80s rock falling your heart to explain your view. Dude does have good execution, yes. Primal Rage had 2 original arcade games at most. The original got plenty of ports. Fail location testing. Twitch often causes replies to tag the wrong parent comments on IO. Wait, what? What is? Why? Where does Primal Rage come into this? Is your post a reply? Oh, you're responding to somebody else. Never mind. Never mind. Sorry about that. My bad. The frame meter does matter. Oops, where did that go? Let's see. The frame, okay, the frame for the people who know it, it then becomes heart. Yeah, so the thing about frame, yeah, that's the thing, is that at the end, when the knowledge is full, most fighting games end up being really similar, right? But it's just by dividing the heart, mind, and body aspects of a fighting game, just helps it so that you, as a player, if you know what kind of player you are, you know how to approach the games, and you know what's going to play to your strengths or not, right? I still remember the very first time Laugh brought up the heart, body, and mind thing, and me and David on the Tuesday show, David was like, "I'm clearly a mind player. What do you think you are, James?" I was like, "I'm pretty sure I'm a heart player." And he's like, "Really? I thought you'd be a mind player." And I'm like, "No, I'm pretty sure I'm heart." So even back then, I like kind of understood the difference, right? Yeah, if you know the frame data really well, it does become heart a little bit. But again, it's more... The thing about like Street Fighter 5 and Street Fighter 6 is that the decisions that you make are a lot more... Like, the consequences are very high. That's the thing, especially with 6, because of the drive rush cancels and the level 3 supers. The consequence is very high. Like in Street Fighter 5, you didn't see it as badly, but that is because the super meter was also your EX meter. And so you actually didn't see supers a lot in Street Fighter 5. If the super meter was separate from the EX meter, Street Fighter 5 would feel very similar to how 6 feels right now, where I hit you with roundhouse V-trigger, I hit you, you die. Like, you will die, because my combo will end in a level 3, or in a super. There was only one super, right? So it would do the same, but because EXs were so valuable in that game, most characters, the EXs were more valuable than the super. This is why I keep saying the biggest weakness of Street Fighter 6 right now is the level 3 super, not the mechanics. Again, you wouldn't be doing that much damage if you didn't have a level 3 super all the time. You just wouldn't. It's just not gonna happen. So, What would I classify Tokon? As far as I can tell right now, if it is gonna become a grimy like assist kind of game, it will be a larger body game. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. So far, right now, I would classify it as potentially a body game, even though the basic combos are really easy. But if it really gets to the point where hard tag into special, into using the new character and getting the instant air dashes and doing, and maybe we find new combo systems or combo tricks that can make it, make us do damage, etc., etc. It might be a more body game if it does take more of the MVC DNA. If it goes more towards like Guilty Gear, then it might be a better balance between all three. I've always thought that Guilty Gear was one of the best like balances between all three that exists out there. So, oh, the Third Strike crowd hated 4. Yeah, absolutely. That's just how it is, dude. That's just that's just how it is. So, let's see. Who is my favorite body player? Probably Sako. Just because he's so goddamn good at all that shit. It's just like, what? And, back in the Street Fighter 4 days, he was a Kami player, and I was a Kami player, so Sokka was like my god for a while. So I'm a bit concerned. We kind of got crazy tangents for 2 hours. Whatever. Whatever, Archer Carter. This is how it works. This is how my streams work, and I don't mind it. So, but if you can connect crouching medium kick, aren't you in already? Well, not so. In Street Fighter 5, if I connected crouching medium kick, it didn't necessarily mean I was in. It just means that I poked you, and then afterwards we were back to neutral. But being able to crouching medium kick, drive rush cancel into like crouching jab, and now I'm plus, and now you're in a mix up, means that I get to have a mix up from a further. So in a lot of games without that kind of drive rush canceling, you can hit with long range moves, but all that did was reset you back to neutral, right? It was like, pow, I hit you, we're in neutral, unless it's a sweep, right? Unless I can combo it into a special move, which is why Punk changed the game, because now crouching medium kick turned into Karen Tenko, which was a knockdown, and now he got a mix-up, right? But before Street Fighter V, single hit confirms weren't like a prominent thing in fighting games. Most fighting games do not have single hit confirms outside of Chun-Li's crouching medium kick in Third Strike, which was the result of a bug, or the result of a interesting, not a bug, but it was just an interesting thing that they designed that move to do something which allowed a super late cancel window, right? And so, what's up, Golgoth? So, Punk changed Street Fighter V in that way because a single hit confirm became so important, so it could do similar things like that. The problem is that in Street Fighter 6, you don't need to confirm it, right? I'm just going to walk up, and I have enough meter that I feel like I can spend a drive rush cancel, so low forward drive rush cancel, and then all of a sudden, if I hit you, I get a combo. If I don't hit you, I'm actually in a plus situation, and I get a mix-up on you, right? So there's no real, consequence to going for it. Whereas in Street Fighter V, if I just did low forward into Tenko with Karen, willy-nilly, I would be dead, because if I was wrong and it got blocked, I'd die. And that's kind of a little bit of the difference there, which is why a lot of people don't like drive rushes in Street Fighter 6. I don't mind them so much. Like I said, I just think that they need to make it so that they are, there's more consequence to them. And that's the thing. So right now, drive rush cancels give you a 3-second cooldown. Raw drive rushes give you a 5-second cooldown. I really think drive rush cancel should give you a 5 or even an 8-second cooldown on gaining drive gauge back, so that you can't gain it back passively, but you can gain it back if you walk forward, if you attack, etc., because then drive rush cancel feels really scary, because if you spend it, it'll be a while before you get a lot of that gauge back. So that's really what it comes down to. Let's see. Let's see. Where are we here? Let's see. Dude looks more like a heart player. Da, da, da. What did I miss over here? Oh, Street Fighter V had such stubby normals. Holy crap. Not moving forward got me switching characters older games now. I think Tekken 8 tried to change a mind game into a heart game and it failed miserably. Yeah, a lot of it is that way. So, do I look angry? I don't think I look angry. So it's shown as a heart game because you can die in a couple of interactions. You have to be careful. And you just have to choose to do stuff. Like, even if you know something's a bad idea, you just got to try it. You know what I mean? Like, that's just how it works, right? So, what the hell is this guy on about? I don't, like, I honestly don't even know what he's on about. I mean, it almost seems like he's like it almost feels like he's a bot or something like that. I have no idea what is wrong with this person here. Let's see here. Is he on Twitch? Is he actually on Twitch over here? Why? Oh, there he is. What the hell? Let's see here. Oh, someone already banned him. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, we don't need him around. Now I'm almost starting to wonder, was that like, was that Arturo? Cause like that felt like it, right? Right? Like that now when I think about it that way, like I almost feel like that almost makes too much sense. Anyways, Goichi is a great. It's an interesting topic of discussion because opinions can vary significantly depending on the pro player. In the French community, Street Fighter V is viewed quite negatively in terms of gameplay mechanics. Street Fighter 6 is viewed. Oh, Nathan. Oh, you made me move my stuff. Street Fighter 6 is viewed much less favorably, even though driver's mechanic is quite divisive. So they're both viewed negatively in France. Is that what you're saying? Nathan is pushing on my hand. He's making it hard for me to use the mouse again. I'm sorry, Nathan. You have to wait. Let's see. I thought SF Duel was when Gotcha will get. Let's see. Stinware a feature of what is Punk a mind player? OG Games Punk is one of the hardest ones for me to classify. I think he's more heart and body than he necessarily is a mind player. But because his reactions were so strong, I think it just benefited him a lot in Street Fighter V. And it's one of the reasons why I think he keeps playing with Cammy. Because Cammy in Street Fighter 6, the way he plays her very heart styled. So I think Punk is weirdly a heart slash body. Like, he might be a good mix of all three, to be honest. But, I don't think Punk studies the frame data as much. Maybe he does. I'm not sure. So it's really hard for me to say about him, honestly. Let's see. Okay, is there you can do to improve the heart or your reads? Yeah, that's just like a psychology thing. It's just one of those things where, you have to be good at that whole, like, are you the kind of player to play rock twice in a row? But then also, when you get better at a game and you are a heart player, you remember a lot of the reasons why you did things, right? And so a lot of times when I commentate, that's oftentimes what I do. I'm like, oh, I think he thought this was going to happen because I just recognize the situation. And so, like, because you play enough, you get into enough situations, you remember how you felt in a situation. Suddenly, you can tell how the opponent feels in a situation because you've kind of been through it and you fought enough people like that. And like I said, once you get good at categorizing your opponents into what kind of players they are, you have a better idea of how to predict them. So, in a lot of the times when you're actually playing like a game, like I said, one of the craziest moments that you ever get in a fighting game is when, for some reason, you know exactly what your opponent is gonna do, like with three mix-up situations in a row. There was one time I was fighting someone in Street Fighter 4, and this is the most basic example, right? I knocked the guy down with Kami. I walked up and I backdashed, and he got up and did ODDP, EXDP. No, he just did regular DP because he didn't need an EX. He did regular DP. I did crouching medium kick drill. I walked up to him, backdash. He did wake up DP. I did crouching medium kick drill. I walked up to him. I backdashed. He did DP. I did crouching medium kick drill. And then the fourth time, I walked up and I threw him. Like, there was just like, it's weird. Like, you start registering stuff. There are times where I can watch someone I'm playing against and I hit him with a mix-up and I can kind of tell he didn't process the mix-up. And then there's just one time I hit him with the mix-up and I'll be like, okay, he processed that mix-up this time. So now I'm going to try to do something different. It's weird. I don't know why. I don't know how. But like there are certain situations where a mix-up is clearer and more straightforward. Like when I was playing Lucia, if you did burn kick and it was blocked, it's -2. So a lot of people try to take their turn. So you can YOLO super them, right? And kill them. And I was fighting against somebody and I was saying on my stream, I was like, this guy is attacked every time he blocked my burn kick. So I'm just going to do YOLO burn kick into my super. And so I did crouching medium kick and burn kick, but that was right when he tried to do something and it was like frantic and I interrupted and my counter hit him with something and then all of a sudden I did low forward burn kick and I didn't super. And afterwards I was like, nope, that was too much of a scramble situation. He was not confused enough. He was not going to fall for it. And sure enough, he didn't press a button after he blocked that burn kick. And I was like, I need him to be more composed. And someone in my chat was like, you need him to be more composed? And then I did low forward burn kick, he blocked it, and I supered him, and I killed him. And the reason why it worked that time is because he was more composed. And the reason why I needed him to be more composed, because the more composed he was, the more likely he was going to be like, time to take my turn. But in a scramble situation, his brain would have been like, what? And a little bit too, what the heck is going on? So he wasn't going to take his turn after he blocked my burn kick. And that's why I didn't super there. Like, it was just something about the situation. I hit him with the crouching medium kick, and I was like, nope, scramble situation. He's not going to press a button after this. He's just going to be happy that he blocked the burn kick and it wasn't a combo. I need him to be more composed so that he will properly try to take his turn, and then I can super him, right? And I don't know. Like, I don't know how I learned that, but it's just like there was just something in my brain that just read it because I've done this enough times. And it's really weird. It's really, really weird. But like, heart is just one of those things that, like I said, the reason why all of the old school players are heart players is because the fighting games in the old days self-selected to that. You can't make mind games in the arcade before, maybe except for Tekken being the only exception. and maybe, but Virtua Fighter is all like rock, paper, scissors, so it's not quite the same thing. But we didn't have training mode, we didn't have frame data, we didn't have any of that stuff. So you can't design a game to play with the mind style because nobody could actually play it that way. So the games were geared to be heart games because they wanted you to feel cool going into the arcade and fighting against other people, or even just playing against the computer. You play against the computer, you just want to land your dorky combo or your dorky move that, like, nobody ever lands. Like, I want to land the Raging Demon, and so you just work to land, like, you couldn't make a lot of old games mind games. So they were all heart games, and so all the mind players, like, didn't really play fighting games back in the day. And that's why all the old players are heart players, because the community self-selected itself that way. And so when a lot of the new games came out and they're more mind game oriented now, that's why a lot of the old players aren't good at them. Like, we really don't have a lot of old players who are good at Street Fighter 6. Like, I can't even name you the oldest player that's like a top player in Street Fighter 6. It's weird. But if you look at a game like Tekken, which honestly hasn't changed that much, right? Sure, the heat mechanic kind of threw everything out of whack a little bit, but when you look at that game, the same people are winning now that have been winning forever, right? Like, Kudans is just like constantly winning. So the argument that the players are better today than they were before just isn't true. It's just that the game changed, right? Street Fighter changed. And when we have games where the game doesn't change, even in Guilty Gear Xrd, a lot of the same players were winning. Nage was winning, right? Omito was winning. FAB was winning. But then Strive came along and actually changed Guilty Gear, and it kind of shifted into something different, and they're not succeeding as much, right? Because it's a different kind of game. But when the game stays the same, old players continue to win, right? I mean, like, John Choi got second place at EVO and CVS2, beating, Silent Scope. Silent Scope put John Choi into losers, but then John Choi came back and beat Silent Scope. And Silent Scope plays this game a lot. Silent Scope is an old school player, but he's more new school. But John Choi, like, didn't even practice CVS2 until, like, one day before EVO. But, like, he's still able to be good at that game because it's a heart-based game, and he's a heart-based player. And that's one of the things about heart games and heart players as well, is they need less, like, they don't need to, like, maintain, right? Because you don't need, like, a lot of mind games, if you stop playing them and you come back, you're like, crap, I don't remember a lot of this stuff. But a lot of the heart games, you don't play for like 10 years and you come back and it's just like riding a bike, right? Freaking Kaji and Nakanishi win first and second place at both EVO Japan and EVO and Vampire Savior. Kaji retired. He retired from Vampire Savior and he came back and he still won both of them. Why? Because they're heart games. You don't have to memorize anything. It's about feel. You remember how every situation made you feel, and you remember what your reactions were in that. You remember how you felt and what your options were. I can jump back to Super Turbo and remember how to play that game because it's a heart game. If you sent me to Street Fighter V right now, I won't remember how to do a goddamn thing. Honestly. Oh, man. Nathan is hungry, but that's his fault. That's his fault. So, oh, Street Fighter 6 is more appreciated. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying, Golgoth. Okay. Yeah, and again, it's because the drive rush mechanic is fun. That's the main thing, right? It's fun. It's a fun mechanic. The problem with it right now is just that the consequences of it are not high enough. And that's all that needs to change, honestly. So, Well, Punk used to say he mained the cast, and he was kind of right. uh, yeah, so a lot of the young players in Street Fighter 6 right now, they understand how to play Street Fighter 6, and they're going to approach it more from that mind kind of point of view, right? They're better at that kind of rock paper scissors game than a lot of other people because they understand more about risk reward, but they're also very good at reading their opponents as well, right? I'm not going to say they don't play with heart, because Mena RD certainly plays with a lot of heart, but he also studies the game a lot. He understands oh, this does this interaction works this way in this scenario, this is a good setup for this, and he honestly puts in a lot more time than most other players. So yeah, I did, Ahsoka. I've talked about this topic a million times. A million times. So also, something that would be nice for Twitch to have shown what auto mod caught from the guy in the last minute before the ban. If those had went through, I would have absolutely shot him on sight. Oh, I saw the comment, so I saw it because it's my stream. So yeah, it was definitely a physical threat. So I don't know. That's what kind of makes me feel more like it was is either Arturo or an Arturo acolyte or something like that, maybe. Yeah, I remember him from before, so I don't understand. What is your version of unwritten rule of fighting games? Give me an example of what an unwritten rule is. Give me an example of what that is. So, modern mind games change their frame data with balance patches. So returning to such a game after a long break would mean that your memories will misguide you. Absolutely. Which is why I keep saying that fighting games like 5 and 6 should have the entire version history built into the game. The version history should be built into the game. You should be able to see exactly what has changed with every patch. I should be able to click Chun-Li and it should load up an entire list of all the patches that have changed her, and it should be able to describe them and have a little video showing you exactly what the change was, right? Which does mean that they also have to store every version of the character if they don't actually do a video, if they actually just make it so that it plays back inputs and stuff like that. Which I think would be better, because then we would have version history so that we can all see what it was like when Abigail was broken and stuff like that. It's sad that we can't go back and see a lot of older versions of Street Fighter V anymore. And the crazy thing about it is they do have those characters stored in the game, because a lot of times when you do trials, there are old versions of the trial, right? And that means that the character plays like the old version of the character in those trials. So I feel like that they are there, honestly. That's why it's difficult to develop a heart-based fighting game, right? No, it's not hard to develop a heart-based fighting game. You just have to make it so that, if you wanted to make a heart-based fighting game right now, you would make it so like Avatar, right? They really lowered the Oki factor in that game, or you just create a bunch of defensive mechanics that are really strong and are don't get you killed if you're wrong, or you add execution into a game. There's a lot of different ways to make games more heart-based, right? So, for example, the reason why a game like Darkstalkers is heart-based is because you can't react to anything. You would think, the reactions, you have to be able to whiff punish things or stop DIs. And so, what, does it mean a heart game has less reactions? Things are slower? No, actually things are faster. Because in Vampire Savior, you can't whiff punish anything, right? Except for certain very egregious buttons, right? And you can't react to Raptor instant air dash, instant overhead, or instant overhead QB, right? Like I remember, I think it was K-Jock telling me like it's like 9 frames or something like that, and Raptors hit you with an overhead. So you can't react to that. So you actually just have to like do things like swing early. I just like hit a button and hope he jumps into it. But the key is that my normal is also so fast that they can't whiff punish it, right? But I also have push block, I have guard cancel, I have chicken block, I have all these defensive mechanics that I can choose from, none of which gets me killed if I'm wrong. Like, I'll take damage, but I'm not going to lose 60% of my life unless it's freaking Raptors bone thing or Talbane's pinball, but that's why they're good characters. But, you know, for the most part, you don't get murdered if you're wrong. And so the game is really about reads, and then, like, imagine, like, you try to make a read and you're wrong. And now that you're wrong, you immediately have to make another decision. Oops, I was wrong. I got hit in this way. I'm air reset. What should I try to do? I'm going to try to push block. I successfully push blocked. Oh, but it was not a heavy push block. It was a medium push block. What do I do now? I'm going to poke. Oh, he jumped and I whiffed. What do I do? Should I block? Should I chicken guard? Is it too late? I got to make the decision. And so again, like Daigo said, a lot of heart games are about the speed of making decisions as opposed to memorizing the situation. In Street Fighter 5 and 6, if I hit you with a combo and I knock you down, the frame data is the same every time. The input buffer means the person attacking me is going to be able to do the same setup every single time. That's why you see Rashid's do eagle kick, eagle spike, and then crouching strong, crouching strong, crouching strong, because that's the perfect frame kill for a meaty crouching strong, right? Like, and then you block that, and like, yeah, you have a situation, but most of the time the situation is attack, throw, or shimmy, right? That's like at the core of it. A lot of the mix-up situations you get in are attack, throw, shimmy. And when you get put into those situations, you're making those decisions. And so it's not like you're going to be being like, oh God, it's this. Oh God, it's this. Oh God, it's this. Oh God, it's this. You know what I mean? Kind of a situation that you had in a lot of older games, you know? Yeah, Virtua Fighter is a great example. Virtua Fighter is designed to be, oh crap, now we're in this situation. The RPS is completely changed. What is the RPS now? Oh, it's this thing. Oh God, now we're here. Oh God, now we're here. Oh God, now we're here. And like, yeah, that is what makes Virtua Fighter so distinctive, and why a lot of people say Virtua Fighter is the best fighting game ever, because then it just really comes down to, can I read my opponent's tendencies? The thing about it is, so is Street Fighter 6, honestly, because if you're always put into that rock, paper, scissors situation, the best player is going to be the one that reads the opponent's tendencies. Like, I'll hear top players say, oh, this other top player, he always text throws. You know, stuff like that. And so, like, you know, he can be shimmied, etc., etc. The difference is that Virtua Fighter, a lot of the RPSs are, you know, significantly more weighted, and like, one thing can beat several options. Like I can explain it in Tekken better, right? Like, let's say I block a move that makes the opponent minus. I'm still plus, right? I do like Fang's pow headbutt. I'm plus, right? I'm plus in the situation now. As the defender, I can crouch, and if I crouch, I avoid highs. I also avoid throws, and I avoid certain things. If I hop kick, I can beat these things. If I parry, I can beat dick punches and lows. If I just block, I can beat these few things. And so, like, the RPS is a little more, like, a little more advanced. And Virtua Fighter, from what I have been told, is very much like that. And it is about the speed of decision making, right? And so Street Fighter 6 is different because when you get put into the RPS situation, it is literally A beats B beats C beats A. The only thing that counters that is ODDPs and Wake Up Supers, right? Because ODDPs beat the throw and the attack option, but they lose the shimmy. That's why V Shift was really kind of cool, because V Shift, you know, would get away from it beat shimmy and it beat attacks, but technically it kind of lost the throws if the opponent was fast enough. But it was just another thing added to Street Fighter V that created a little bit of a shift. And I think that's kind of what parries are for in Street Fighter 6, right? Parries will beat attacks and they won't die to shimmies, especially autopiloted shimmies, as badly, but they'll lose the throws. But it's in there as a mechanic that can, you know, kind of help you and be an outside option outside of attack, throw, shimmy, right? And then wake up drive reversal is like a budget ODDP for every character, essentially. So there's that option as well. So, but the problem with wake up drive reversals is, like I said, they don't necessarily contribute to the mix up in a way that the ODDP doesn't already. You know what I mean? So like the ODDP will beat throws and attacks. The wake up drive reversal beats throws and attacks, right? But they both die if they're blocked, which is why wake up drive reversal, you know, it's really just there to give characters without ODDPs an ODDP on wake up and only on wake up, essentially. So you talk about Street Fighter Alpha 1? Street Fighter Alpha 1 was just a dumb game. That's just really what it was. Street Fighter Alpha 1 was, I mean, people, like, God, when people are talking about, let's see, what kind of ban does this channel's mods usually hand out if necessary? I mean, if somebody's being annoying, we just time them out. But if someone's actually like physically threatening people, which is what that person did, which is why the auto mod banned him, I think, was because he was literally threatening physical harm. So I think he just got auto banned. But if it was like that, yeah, then you just ban him immediately, honestly. So, yeah, the ring outs are just another variation of just being put into the corner. It's just that at some point in time, your ability to move backwards gets limited. And so you can't get people to whiff and stuff like that as easily. So it's very, very similar to just a corner, but it's just a different style of corner, basically. And, you know, it definitely leads to a lot more comedy. Oh, man. Let's see here. Drive reversal reminds me more of alpha counters. That's because they are alpha counters, but there's also wake up drive reversals. Don't forget, right? There's the drive reversal that if they block an attack, they can drive reversal. Block all, block type, drive reversal. So if they block something, they drive reversal, right? But there's also the recovery drive reversal, which is that, right? So they can do the drive reversal on wake up. They both act the same. They have the same frame data, etc., etc. So how you punish one is how you punish the other. But you can do the wake up drive reversal without having to block anything. That's all it is. Alpha as a trilogy is definitely very much more heart. The entire Alpha trilogy is definitely very heart-based. So, oh, okay, Major, because you actually manually banned him. Okay, yeah, that's good. That's fine. Alpha 1 was just, like, people are talking about how dumbed down, like, fighting games are today. Like, they didn't play Alpha 1. Alpha 1 might be one of the most dumbed down fighting games, like, in the history of fighting games. It's just ridiculous. The funniest thing about custom combos breaking 2 and 3 is that it wasn't even necessarily the custom combo that broke him. It was separate bugs that custom combos could take advantage of more than other things. So yeah, but Alpha 1 is just like the most dumbed down game, and they tried to turn Street Fighter into like Babby Fighter, honestly. Now, in retrospect, because we didn't understand the concept of dumbing down games, like a lot of people were mad at Alpha for like air blockable fireballs and stuff like that. But in retrospect, if you look back at it, like the extent that they went to dumb that game down was ridiculous. Like that game, like in modern nomenclature, is dumbed down. So dumbed down, it's crazy. Oh man. But yeah, okay. Let's I caught up to the chat, so maybe we'll actually do the actual topics over here. Let's do this. Let's do this here. Well, thank you, Mage. I appreciate that. So which was worse, OG SF5 or Alpha 1? Alpha 1. Holy crap. I mean, honestly, in retrospect, like Alpha 1, while they had some cool things, is probably the worst Street Fighter, mainline Street Fighter in history, honestly. That game was lousy in retrospect. See, look at that. It's crazy. I got up to go to the kitchen, but I guess my voice, my tone, didn't match me ending the stream, and Nathan didn't even leave the box. That's crazy. That's crazy. Well, that's why Alpha 3 was so interesting, Mage Nicholas. That's one of the reasons why I loved Alpha 3, because that has air block, but the game also became significantly more airborne. So it worked in Alpha 3, and that's really, really cool. I mean, yeah, John the Ottoman, I really should. I really should. But in any case, let's actually start on these topics over here. Yeah, Alpha 3 fixed the bugs that the custom combos abused. However, when I played it, I was like, there's something wrong with this game. It feels slower or whatever. It's just like weird. And it was before a lot of us had the knowledge, but Alpha 3 Upper, even in the arcade, had a built-in input lag into the game. And not that they did it on purpose. It was just the new hardware, and I think they just didn't notice or something. But that game felt like it was underwater, and the reason why is because there was an input lag. Like, I just kept dropping all my custom combos, so I thought they changed the gravity on the custom combos and stuff. No, it was really just that that game had had an input lag due to the hardware into it, and so the game just never felt right, and so it never really took off, honestly. So the fireballs, it depended, because like I know DJ's fireball did, like, a lot of the fireballs did more damage the closer you were to them. But if you were full screen away, yeah, like fireballs just stopped doing any damage. Okay, let's talk about Yasmine. What's up, everybody? Yasmine just came out yesterday, technically, and I've put in a day. I streamed a bunch of her yesterday, and been seeing a lot of what people are saying about her. You know, the interesting thing about this character, obviously brand new character, first character of season 4, first of 4 brand new characters, and a lot of people were mad at first, and then they saw her trailer and everybody was like, she's the coolest looking ever. And now the craziest thing is I see a lot of people, they seem to be kind of like disappointed in the character. It's interesting because I've had a lot of people say to me, like, oh, do you think Yasmine's going to be combo heavy and stuff? And I even see comments from other top players like, yeah, based on what I saw from the the character guide, she feels like she's going to be a, combo heavy character. I've seen top players even say this, but it turns out she's really not. And she's pretty straightforward. The whole thing about like going into Biani mode, it feels very limited and such. And it seems like her combos aren't necessarily too crazy. However, it is one day, and I think people are going to find some really neat stuff with her. And I think it's really going to come down to a lot of damage sacrifice to set up boomerangs. Because you can do a lot of things where you can air reset people into boomerang setups or throw them into boomerang setups. And actually the throw into the boomerang is not really real, I think, in my opinion, because from my test, it just didn't feel very safe. But there's a lot of situations where you can set up boomerangs. It looks like if you're at least plus 38 or plus 39 or so, which some of our common knockdowns are, they're going to set up some boomerang setups. And I think that's what's really going to come down to. Because also, if you get a screen away, like she might be like I know on a previous stream I said there's no such thing as a neutral skip. But I'm just going to call it that because as much as I don't want people using the term, people are going to use it. And it's going to give people a good idea of what I mean. But if you're a full screen away where a lot of characters can't do anything to you, throwing the boomerang is like a freeway in for her, because once she throws the boomerang, she can go into the Aguila, the basically the demon flip, right? And so when she goes into the air, like the boomerang is just like flying over the guy's head and they block it, and then it kind of lets you get a free in or sets you with the left-right mix-up on her Ulan follow-up on that thing, which is the little twirly thing that can hit from as a cross-up, right? Can't hit from the front. But it can hit from the front if it lands on top of your head. But but if it falls in front of you, it can't actually ever hit you. Or she can do that into the quarter circle back, the little spinny top move. God, I don't remember what the name of that move is. I was doing so well just now, remembering what all the names were from memory. The top move is, let's see. Is it, no, it's none of these. Where is it? Oh, it's this one. It's the Talim. Oh, okay. Talim Nung Hangin. Yeah, that's the one. The Talim right there. The blade. So yeah, the blade spin basically, is +1 on block. So if you throw it and you see they're about to block your boomerang, you can just do that and get in and be +1 on block. So I think the character is designed to kind of play at like full screen range and then like next to you range, right? Because her weakness is that she has a lot of stubby normals and all these things like that. But I think what it is that, as much as like a lot of people are expecting her to be complex and stuff, she turns out to be very straightforward, but in a way that isn't like Street Fighter 6 obvious, especially by the fact that even labbing her, she doesn't have a lot of like easy knockdowns, right? Like, if you can't combo into the medium Daloi, right? Excuse me. You don't even get a knockdown with the light one unless you have the Biani mode activated. But that's the thing, right? Like the medium Daloi, the one where she slams you on the ground, is the most likely one to actually, get some Oki off of. But like she doesn't have a lot of knockdowns, and I'm starting to feel like that. Maybe part of the strategy is that you're not trying to knock them down necessarily. You're just trying to be really aggressive up close, because both her standing medium punch and crouching medium punch are 6-frame startup. She's going to be really strong up close, even from this, like a little bit of a distance, because drive rush into medium punch is going to be terrifying. Because that's a 6-frame button off of a drive rush. That means a drive rush at minimally adds 11 frames of startup. So if you do a drive rush into a medium punch right away, that's 17 frames, right? And, people can't, like, that's the edge of reaction, right? So, like, if you can drive rush perfectly into medium punch, it's going to be really hard for people to react, because even if they do react, their button still has startup. So even if they react on frame 15 or 16, they're still going to get hit, because if that's when you press your button, It's not going to beat it. So she's going to be really threatening as a close range warrior, and she's not really as much of an Oki kind of knockdown monster. And then when she's a screen away, the boomerang is going to be really useful. So I think she's just going to play Street Fighter 6 very differently. I think a lot of people are disappointed in a lot of ways because she's just not as complicated and crazy. Like, I mean, when you look at the most recent characters they added, right? I mean, you've got Ingrid, Alex, and Viper, who are just the weirdest characters. Even Sagat was really interesting how they designed him. Elena was really interesting. And so literally for 5 characters in a row, we got some really interesting designs. Elena, Sagat, Viper, Alex, and Ingrid were really interesting mechanically and stuff. And Yasmine seems pretty straightforward, especially because Bayani mode doesn't feel like it does anything in particular like that's crazy, right? Like charging up doesn't like give you access to a lot of crazy things. It gives you access to some good setups and such, but you're not actually getting the ability to like, it's not like the Prowler stance or Viper doing all these jump cancels or Ingrid having sun stocks and, you know, things like that. You know, it's not like Elena who gets, you know, crazy Link's tail, Link's whirl mix-ups on every knockdown because he's plus 39 every time on all these knockdowns. You know what I mean? Elena is kind of meant to be a constant Oki pressure monster with really good footsies, you know? Obviously, previous to Elena was Mai and Terry, who, you know, a lot of people consider like a little unga bunga, but remember, Terry did not start off as particularly strong, right? So, you know, mechanically, Forrest, Ingrid has an interesting design mechanically. Yeah. So, you know, I don't think she's going to be the character a lot of people were hoping. I think they were hoping, like you saw a lot of people saying like she certainly didn't turn out to be like Ibuki, right? Like I think some people were looking for an Ibuki or something like that, which I understand because when I first saw her, I thought she was going to be like an Ibuki Sakura, like Makoto kind of blend, but it turns out really not much of any of those. But like I said, I think she's just going to be really different. I think she's going to be a character that wants to play right here or play full screen. But she doesn't want to play here because this distance isn't particularly good. She has an excellent standing roundhouse, but, you know, it's not going to necessarily award her with too much unless she gets a punish counter off of it, right? It's really, I feel like, more of like a kind of like a punish counter tool. So she's going to be interesting. I like a lot of people are saying that they're not sure how strong she's going to be. Now, she has an ODDP. She has crouching medium kick drive rush cancel. And I tested it. Her crouching medium kick about the same range as Ken's crouching medium kick. So it's not bad. It's really honestly not bad. Her standing medium kick has really good range. It's further range than Terry's standing medium kick, who has one of the best standing medium kicks. Bison standing medium kick is the farthest standing medium kick, at least that I know of right now. Actually, now that Sagat's in the game, I should have to check that one. But Bison, in terms of standard standing medium kicks, has always been my measuring stick for the longest range standing medium kick, and Yasmine's standing medium kick is still not quite that long, but being longer than Terry's is a really interesting sign. I think she's going to be a solid character, but I don't think she has anything built into her that makes her scary right now. Her damage is low. At least as far as we can tell, it seems like her damage output is low. But I also think that this character might be trying, like, I do feel like this character might be designed to be a drive gauge chipper. I keep looking for a character designed this way, and I think Yasmine might be the character that I've been looking for a while. Not that I want to play, but I think just, you know, I've been waiting for them to design a character for this specific situation because she can really get at your drive gauge. She can get at your drive gauge pretty hefty. Like, here, let me show you an example here, right? Like, I will switch the monitor. Give me a second here. Now, obviously, this is not a real situation here because she's minus. So if you activate her level 2 super, and now she's permanently in Bioni mode, and if I do this, this is -1 on hit now, right? So without the level 2, if I do, let's do this here. If I do this like this, as you can see, that's like -12, and like I'm in trouble in that situation. But if I charge up to Bioni mode and I do this, whoops. Well, now I gotta charge it up again. Hey, what the? Stop it. If I charge up like this and switch him to block, this actually becomes -1, right? And so if you activate like level 2 here, and I do this, and I know I'm -1 here, but like, if I can somehow just keep getting my opponent to block this, I mean, look at the, like, I just got like 5 of those in you know, in Bioni mode, and I don't know if you actually saw what happened to, I don't know if you saw what happened to Ryu's drive gauge up there, right? So like if you get this is off of a jab, by the way. That's off of a jab. So, you know, if you can actually get it charged up, you know, sometimes I feel like even if they, like, if you're trying to hit confirm, like if I put it to random like this, right? If I'm trying to get a hit confirm like this, if I hit them, I can go into this one where I can, oops, that's a setup. That's a setup for Oki right there, right? But if I actually hit him like this, I get a setup in that situation. If I actually get him to block, oops, you know what? I'm just going to set him to block because the random is not doing it for me here. But if I get him to block, I can just go into the light one here and become -1, but I've drained an entire block off of his gauge, right? So it's going to be tough to actually build up into the Bioni mode. I almost just want to call her Bionic Commando, honestly. But that's the thing, right? So that might be useful there. But obviously, you got to hit him a lot with these things. But, you know, everything that she does leads into this, right? Like, if you just hit with anything, like, you can get these Bioni charge-ups and stuff. So I feel like that's kind of, you know, I don't think she's designed to do tons of damage. I think they're really trying to make a character that attacks your drive gauge. Clearly, they could not make this like +1 on block, because then when you activate level 2, like, everybody dies, and that's just like not fun at all. But only being -1 at this range right here, right? Like, it's not in throw range, so it's not terribly terrifying, but like a lot can happen here, even if I'm just -1, because obviously I can perfect parry things, and you know, there's a lot of like little mind games here. Like, are you going to attack? Are you going to like, is this guy going to shimmy or whatever like that? But again, they can't throw you directly from where they're at. So even after they block this, you know, they have to micro walk into throw you, right? Except for maybe some characters with a little bit farther throw range. I wonder if some of those characters like Zangief could, well, Zangief has an SPD, so never mind. That's a whole different story. But basically, you know, I feel like she's going to be a character that wants to play at this range right here. Because like I said, this standing medium kick is excellent. Standing heavy kick is excellent. And then, like I said, drive rush into standing medium punch is excellent. So she likes here. She doesn't like this range. But this range is not bad. Because, like I said, if I throw this like this, ooh, they can crouch under it from a screen away. So I have to get a little bit closer. But even then, you know, we've seen it a lot of times. Like, when you actually look at Doctor Strange's assist in Marvel, you could crouch it, but the mere fact that you could crouch it actually almost kind of made it more annoying, right? Because, like, now you can't stand up at all, and now I'm just going to come at you like this, right? And so, like, or I can do stuff like, you know, come at you this way, or if I do this, I can do, like, this attack if I can get close enough. Like, maybe if I do something like, or something. I don't know. We'll figure, or, if I'm a little bit closer, I can do this, but then you can't crouch under it and stuff. But again, like, I feel like she wants to be at this range because if you're going to crouch under it, like, you see how it kind of allows me to get into my range that I want to be at. Now I'm at the range here, right? Because, and even if you stand up and block it, you're going to be on block stun. I'm going to be dashing up here. So she's going to be a character that's going to function well at a full screen away thanks to this boomerang, right? Because it just covers like the whole entire space. And so, like I said, I feel like it's going to be really interesting to see if somebody wants to learn this style of play with her and see if it works, or if not having any damage is just too harsh, right? Is it just too harsh? And it's just, if you don't have the damage, it's like, it's terrible kind of a thing. You know what I mean? We'll see. We'll see what happens, because this is a high damage game. So in the end, she might not be too strong, honestly. Also, thank you for the follow, Fun Churn Fansu. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, she's gonna be an interesting character. I'm of the opinion right now that she's gonna be a very mid character. Like, I think she's probably gonna be about, like, kind of like, it's so hard for me to give an example because every character I name, people are going to be like, that character's not mid, but, I think she's going to be in, like, the middle tier, like, kind of right in the middle. So, because she has a lot of good tools. And so I think, you know what? I never tested her throw loop, actually. What is her throw loop situation? Holy crap, she's far away. Okay, so her throw loop isn't particularly strong here. I think she can drive rush into it. Yeah, she can drive rush into it there. So she's a drive rush throw loop character, but at least she has a throw loop. But overall, like, I think she has enough tools. Her crouching medium kick reaches far enough. It's DRCable. And like I said, I think point blank drive rush and the medium punches are going to be terrifying. I think she's going to be a pretty decent character, but do I see her being a character that's going to be like she's just going to now all of a sudden be showing her face at a lot of tournaments? No, I really don't. But if we've noticed the pattern to a lot of the DLC that Capcom has been putting out in this game, they have all started out relatively weak. So, like, Aki came out, wasn't particularly strong. Ed took a while before we figured out how strong he was. Akuma and Bison are like the exceptions. These two characters came out of the gate swinging. People were like, what? And then Terry had to get buffed. My people didn't realize how good she was right away. Elena had to get buffed. Sagat, like, people didn't think he was that strong. Remember when Blas started playing him, we were all like, what are you doing? Ryu is so much stronger and your Ryu is so good. Why are you playing Sagat? Now everybody thinks Sagat is crazy. Viper needed buffs. Alex, I mean, I don't think he needed the buffs, but he got some buffs, and I'm worried about this character. I'm personally worried about this character, but that's because I hate fighting him already. Ingrid actually got some buffs as well, and she also started out a little middling as well. Most of the DLC have started out, fairly, like, not obvious and how strong they are. And, I like that. I like that Capcom's going this route. So, Yasmine, they're probably going to keep a close eye on her, and then maybe in the next patch give her a few buffs or something like that if she's really not panning out. But at this point, I don't see her necessarily making a dent in the Capcom Pro Tour circuit. I don't see any top players moving to this character unless someone just falls in love with them, or they're just like, you know what? This is the coolest character ever. I have to play them. outside of very personal reasons. But, you know, if you are trying very, very hard to, you know, win the $1 million at a Capcom Pro Tour, I don't think anybody is going, well, I mean, it depends on the how a lot of people have reacted to the patch, right? But in general, I don't think a lot of people are going to be dropping their characters for her until someone really starts showing what she's capable of. Because it happened with Mai. Shao Hai said he thought Mai was one of the best characters at Capcom Cup, and we were all like, what? And then Mai turned out to be the best character. And then Sagat, Blas played Sagat, and we were like, what are you doing? Go back to Ryu. Ryu's so broken. And now everybody thinks that Sagat is better than Ryu, right? So, you know, it might take a little bit of a slow burn for her. So we'll see. We'll see what happens, and I'm looking forward to it. I just don't think that she's playing the way that, you know, most characters are playing Street Fighter 6. And that right there is what I do find similar. Because I don't think Yasmine, Ingrid, Alex, Viper, kind of Sagat, and Elena, I don't think any of those characters, all 6 of those characters, like I feel like they're getting better at understanding what Street Fighter 6 is about. And I feel like all 6 of these characters don't play, you know, traditional Street Fighter 6. Like Mai plays Street Fighter 6. Like she does everything that Street Fighter 6 wants you to do, right? So I think that's one of the main things. Is that I do think Yasmine is in line with the fact that, you know, I don't think she plays a traditional Street Fighter 6 game. However, I do agree that she's not as crazy complicated or like, whoa, I don't think what it is that she's supposed to do isn't as obvious as someone like Alex, like go into Prowler stance and be annoying, you know, like, or Viper, like get good at all these, you know, cancels and stuff like that. I don't think what Yasmine is supposed, like what they have in mind, what she's supposed to do, I don't think is too obvious yet. Again, for me, I feel like she's just supposed to be super annoying, poke at you a bunch, and really go after your drive gauge and use your Bayani mode. Like a lot of people are going to be like, well, crap, if like, here's the thing, right? Like, if I'm in Bayani mode and my opponent blocks me, right? If my opponent blocks me like this, you're like, well, I can't cancel into a single thing, right? Because like this is like -6 and like, or like I don't want to waste my Bayani mode because I want to be able to do some cool combos. Like you might try to do this, but there's a gap in there. You might try to do this, but there's even bigger gap. And so like, what do I do? DP? No, I'm dead. I'll do this and try to be funky with this move here, but like it's a high risking, and you're just like, so what am I, like, that sucks. Like if they block me, like I can't cancel anything useful. So like if I want to, no, just use the Bayani mode. Like do this, just do that. Because you drain a whole entire drive block off of the opponent and keep fighting that way. So I think the trick is that once you get into Bayani mode, you don't care if you hit them or not. If you hit them, finish into the combo that ends into the medium Daloi. And if they block, just do the light Daloi. And there you go. Like it's just like, just use it. Like, it's not so strong that you want to save it, right? Because I think one of the things that confuses a lot of people is that people thought that when it was activated, like, you know, if I actually hit you with, like, you know, the medium one, like, I should get some crazy... That's, like, the best you get. Like, a medium DB is, like, the best thing you get, right? And, like, the heavy one, like... you feel like, oh, they're launched up there, I can do all sorts of crazy things, and it's really not as crazy as you think. So I think really is what it is that you're not supposed to try to maintain this resource. You just spend it as soon as you got it. Like, if you activate it, like, the first thing you want to just do is just crouching medium kick, like, and, you know, don't even care if they block it, just go into the light one like this, right? Now, the thing is, if they get hit by it, you can't confirm into one of the different enders. You have to commit to this. But it's a knockdown, right? And you're plus 42, which means, right? Like, I get to throw out a boomerang in this situation. So I'm minus 8 in this situation, but there's certainly not a lot of ways for people to hit me. Whoops. So I can do this, and now I get pressure like this again. So again, I feel like that this character is supposed to just be constantly on you. It's not about, because like a lot of characters, it's like, I'm Lily, I gain a win stock, let's go! You know, hey, thank you. Donkey Does Dallas, thank you for the follow. But you know, like, you know, you get more drinks and you're scary now. Kimberly gotta manage the bomb and stuff. And that's why I think they changed Kimberly the way they do. It's because I think they wanted to make it so that you were a little more willing to spend your spray cans. Because right now, I'm positive that they designed Kimberly to be a character that you were supposed to throw spray cans in neutral a lot and use that. And nobody did. Nobody did. Nobody did. Because it just wasn't good enough. And reloading your spray cans was too annoying because every time you reloaded, you could only get one. You had to go to 0 to reload, all this other stuff. And the 3 spray cans, I think, is them wanting you to try to use it in neutral more often. And I think that's kind of what they're trying to do with Yasmine here, right? It's not, you don't build Bayani mode to be like, now you die. It's just like, build Bayani mode, be annoying, try to build it again, be annoying, try to build it again, be annoying, you know, like that's what I feel like you're trying to do with this character. So I'm really curious to see if someone can make her work. I'm actually interested in trying to play her myself for the same reason I got really interested in Elena, because I was like, oh, Elena is like really kind of a different character, and I really want to see how this works, and I kind of want to see if I can apply my theories to this character as well. So this is what I don't understand about SF6 balancing. Yasmine gets this kind of a move on a buff, but Ryu gets Hashogeki for free. I mean, he doesn't get Hashogeki for free. It's the same thing. He can charge it from a screen away, but he also has target combos that activate it. But the thing about it is that, you know, whenever he activates Hashogeki, he has to sacrifice Oki. It's the same thing as what Jamie does when he has to go into a drink. The problem is that buffed Hashogeki is really strong. It's just really strong. And so, like, for Ryu, it's kind of worth it. And, you know, a lot of times, because he has the fireball game, he can get people a screen away so he can sneak in a Denjin charge, right? Jamie, like, can't really sneak in a drink too much. I mean, he can, because it happens all the time, but, like, everybody's expecting him to do that, right? If you're fighting against Ryu, he's a screen away, and you're thinking about he's going to throw a fireball, so you're getting ready to react to the fireball, and he charges Denjin charge. You're like, god damn it, I can't punish him for this, right? I don't know why they're not nerfing Hashogeki a little bit, but regardless, Ryu is going to be good. Ryu is going to be good, but we'll get into that in a little bit more later. But in my opinion, I think Yasmine's going to be really interesting. I'm curious to try her to see how she really is going to play the game. And then we'll see what happens from there. I don't think she's particularly strong right now. But like I said, it seems like Capcom is erring on the side of caution first before they actually try to do something. Like before they rather put a character in that's a little bit weaker and buff them slowly than to risk putting a character into the game that's too strong right away. For sure, Mai was a little bit of a flub there, but again, it took a while before people even realized how good she was. And then Sagat, yeah, it took a while again before people realized how strong Sagat was. But even now, I think Sagat's one of the best characters in the game, but I don't think he's like oppressive, right? It's just that medium punch, which they didn't touch, by the way. What? But it's just that medium punch. But in any case, I feel like Yasmine is interesting. She's definitely not as complicated. I think everybody wanted her to be like some crazy combo execution, like some, just like fast paced kind of character. I don't think that's what she is. But that might be a problem for her because, like I said, it seems like they are trying to make sure she doesn't play standard Street Fighter 6. So, but at the same time, I do think her raw drive rush is going to be really strong, really strong. Because those 6-frame mediums are good, man. So we'll see. I can't wait to see if anybody does pick her up. I can't wait to see the first player to actually like do well with her. Like when Dogura surprised everybody with Elena even before she was buffed and stuff. So really curious to see what will happen with Yasmine. I hope she does turn out interesting and really cool. But only time will tell. Only time will tell. So, but that's how I feel about Yasmine right now. As for the Season 4 patch, still no system mechanics changes. What's going on? Like, I've seen a lot of people are just like, I'm done with the game. I'm done with the game. Like, there's no reason for me to play this anymore because I'm tired of the drive system and stuff. And I'm not going to get into the whole thing. Obviously, I think that the drive system is fine. I just think level 3s are broken. That's my stance that I've been on. Now, again, I do agree that some of the drive stuff needs to be nerfed. Absolutely. I would still nerf it because, again, whether or not a mechanic is actually broken and whether or not that mechanic feels good are two very, very different things. And things like throw loops and raw drive rush don't feel good right now because raw drive rush is like, it's so hard to check them, and then when you're wrong you die, and even when you're right you don't do any damage, so it doesn't feel good. Watching someone get thrown 3 times in a row looks ugly, so like I would nerf that because I just think it's just not fun to watch in high level play. However, again, if you watch high level play, raw drive rush and throw loops will win some matches, but they are not what overwhelmingly wins matches. So the thing about it is, like, I understand why Capcom has not changed the system mechanics. I get it. And not only that, but that is also why I wrote a tweet. Let's see here. Let me see my tweet over here, if I can find it. Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, wait, I know, I'm on the wrong page, right? I'm on replies. Let's go to posts here. Bloop, 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 bloop. Okay. So I wrote this tweet intentionally because, hey, shut up. What is wrong with you? This webpage is not loading properly here. Okay, so let's actually do this here. I'm going to show you this. I wrote a tweet that says, legit question for those more entrenched in the Japanese scene for Street Fighter 6. Is the Japanese scene just as frustrated with the lack of system mechanic changes in Street Fighter 6 as the West audience is? I'm not even talking the top players. I'm more speaking about the average player. They have such a massive player base out there. I'm curious what their stance is on the current state of the game. And I got some very interesting responses. Someone says, no, they are not. They make use of whatever Street Fighter 6 has and having a lot of fun with them. Totally 180-degree mentality with the Western FGC who's trapped in time and still whining about DR and throw loops to this day. Okay, but this kind of goes with, my whole thing that I've been saying, that Japan adapts themselves to the game, whereas Western audiences try to adapt the game to them, right? So it's a different mentality. And, people have said that, Japanese are taught to respect the environment, which is why they're so clean, why they don't litter, etc. They, a lot of that stuff. And so you know, that might be just a little bit built into them, that when they play a fighting game, they're respecting the environment as opposed to wanting it to be different to suit them, right? They know that this game is so popular and they're trying to learn how to play that game. Some people are assholes, but, you know, we won't pay attention to that one there. Say for some players complaining about staleness or boredom, complaints are leveled more at characters rather than the mechanics. There's a few cases for throw loops and maybe drive rush overhead, but that's about it. Someone says, of course they are. Might want to try tweeting in Japanese, though. Drive meter loss and blah, blah, blah. Japan was up in arms about Ed for years, but overall, Japanese players and pros have similar complaints as everyone else. I don't see this, honestly. Being this frustrated about the mechanics is very much a U.S. Western thing. Probably why CVS2 ranked mode in the collection doesn't allow roll cancels. Average player in general is still learning cool combos and the game mechanics. Grinding rank. Japanese and Asia in general are far more likely to accept the game as is. So a lot of people are, you know, kind of just inserting themselves into the conversation here a little bit. James is asking how people in Japan feel about the system mechanics and if they're frustrated as the West. If you actually read what he said, he never said that he wants the system mechanics changed, yet some people are reading it, are attacking him. Are they? I didn't even know a lot of people were attacking me. I didn't even know people were attacking me. That's weird. Okay. From how I said, Japan's just okay, whatever. For me, it's simple. Japan has a different mentality. They take the game as it is. Yes. From my knowledge, Japan loves the state of Street Fighter 6 and where it's at, while globally are upset, blah, blah, blah. But here we go. So some Japanese, they say it can't be helped and move on. Not really, because of my knowledge, the Japanese scene has very few shared consensus on what should be changed. Most complaints tend to be character move specific. About the only commonly shared complaint I can think of is drive rush overhead. And here we got some Japanese players here. I can't understand why overseas people are so insistent on changing the drive system. This time, overall, strong characters were nerfed and weak characters were buffed. If that achieves overall balance, isn't that a good thing? I think it's way better than forcibly changing the drive and wrecking the balance. So this is a player from Japan saying this, okay? And every time a change is made, you are telling everyone who practiced and spent time learning that the thing they just wasted, who knows how many hours of their life learning and practicing it. Minor balance changes only for the rest of the game's life. I get that, but again, I still think you can change the system mechanics, that it doesn't ruin the way that people have been playing the game. This person says throw loops are a must for this game by design. He doesn't back his argument in any way, but I do agree with him to some degree, but not to the degree I think he was talking. But here's another Japanese player. Japanese in the world the same. Players who have lost interest simply reduce their playtime and quietly leave before they start complaining. Japan might have more players increasing than decreasing because young players are joining as newcomers. Is that why Capcom is fine with the current situation? So he's kind of offering a little bit of a nuanced take on this. But I think young players aren't addicted to fighting games. They're just treating Street Fighter 6 as a temporary fad. I don't think Street Fighter 6 can keep players interested year after year with this level of environmental changes equal providing stimulation. I think Capcom does have a sense of crisis, but their development speed isn't keeping up. They've been posting job listings. That's interesting, too. I think the discrepancy between Japan and the West is very large. Japanese people are only complaining about character balances. We tend to just leave the game if we don't like it. I don't know why West hates throw loops so much, though. You can just tech it on reaction. You can't tech it on reaction, dude. You can't. you can't. So Botan, who's very popular, apparently didn't play that much. Let's see. I've talked with about 10 Japanese players from Master to Ultimate Master. They complain about strong characters or moves, but rarely the system. Most accept it and focus on optimizing drive gauge. They see it as something to master. What system changes do Western players want most? And people are saying like throw loops and stuff like that. Personally, I played Chun-Li, so I'd be happy to see throw loops go. Yeah. Especially drive rush cancels. Very strong and can feel unfair at times, but most Japanese players seem to accept it as part of Street Fighter 6's identity. Regarding the drive, there's more frustration in Japan over the differences between characters and how effectively they can drain it, which is a really interesting take right there. Japan has a lot more people and communities that are new to fighting game genre, so their viewpoint is going to be different. That's an interesting take on that. I watched a lot of streaming of Taiwan, China, Japan yesterday. All people are excited and keep testing each character / Yasmine. And when I checked X, Western players seem to complain a lot. I am so confused. He also says, whoops. Let's see here. Western play. Well, in Street Fighter 6, small changes make a huge difference. Season 1, Luke, JP, Ken, all got small changes, then dropped from the top tier. I don't know what kind of big changes Western players want. Why destroy something already successful and beautiful, right? So this might be a player from China. I'm not sure because the last name is Liu, which is a Chinese last name, but, you know, different in Asian mentality, maybe. I don't understand why you think the most popular fighting games that should ever have major... Oh, wait, we already talked about... Oh, when I came back, it must have reordered something a little bit here. But he does say, I don't want to have to learn the game with every patch. Because Western... Okay, not useful. But, you know, I was glad somebody said this is a great eye-opening thread, right? Japanese pros tend to promote the fun aspects of the game in a relatively favorable light. Judging from the growth in the Japanese player population, the approach seems to be successful. This is an interesting one because this might be more just like, oh, the Japanese players kind of understand that they have to be promoting the game because then that increases the player base and thus makes it so that they can actually have better careers out there. And then I don't know what this means. Japanese people hate rush chudan more than judo, which I think maybe they hate drive rush more than they hate the throw loops, but that doesn't really help my question. Here's another, looks like Chinese player. There are many Japanese players, so there are various opinions, but it's not at the level of overwhelming dissatisfaction. The easiest way to gauge reactions from the casual crowd is by watching VTuber streams. But yesterday, too, many tournaments and beginner workshops were held, and everyone was having fun and laughing together. No, they're just playing and posting tech. Yeah, no one cares. They're too busy playing the game and having fun. No matter how you look at it, it's not frustrating at all. Why get frustrated? This is a fighting game with such great balance, like nothing we've ever seen before, after all. So definitely a Japanese player over here. And then another Japanese player here says, in Japan, there is somewhat common perception that fighting games are on the verge of dying, which creates an atmosphere where it's hard to bring up changes that might reduce the player base. Some people do have complaints about the system mechanics, but they seem to cope by thinking it's better than having no opponents to play against or by switching to other games. So I just wanted to read a lot of this because I just think it's really fascinating to see, you know, how a lot of people feel differently about it. It seems like that a lot of people in Asia actually are really happy with the state of the game. And if that's the situation, I mean, they like people. So the common themes that I saw the most were that Japan complains more about balance with characters, and they seem to think the balance for this game is really good. So why are we complaining? So it's really interesting because Japan seems to have a very, very favorable view of the way that the game is playing right now. And, you know, I agree with a lot of them, right? The balance is very good right now. I know a lot of people out there are like, this balance is terrible. But, like, I mean, the balance for the game is really good. But I do think, like, again, I don't want to change any of the mechanics. I just want to tweak them a little bit, right? Like, I want to tweak it so risk and reward is a little bit more balanced. But I don't want to change what the drive rushes do on offense, for example. You know? So, you know, I don't want to change the game so that we all have to relearn new mechanics, right? Which is why the change that I've had for the drive rush a million times, you guys have heard me talk about it at least 100 bazillion times on this stream, so I'm not going to say it again. But it doesn't change anything about how the drive rush behaves. It only just changes what happens when you get hit out of drive rush, which isn't necessarily changing the mechanic. It's just rewarding the person who checks you more obviously and more powerfully, right? You can do more damage. It's easier to check with longer range buttons and get a benefit out of that. And so I'm not changing, fun. Like, one of my balance philosophies is, especially with games that there is a big fan base for, like a Super Turbo or a Third Strike, don't change what the characters can do, change the result of when they do it, right? So if something's too strong, like Ganagin is too strong, if you could code a way to make it so that all the follow-up hits don't build meter, then maybe Yun is more balanced, right? But we didn't change what Yun can do. We just changed, the circumstances around it and how often he can do it, right? Don't take away, like, the things that people enjoy and think that it's really fun, right? So, let's see. I'm completely fine with the game, but I'm not a tournament player or anything. I have 900 in the game for a reason. Yeah, so it's just interesting to see a different perspective on this. So a lot of people in the West are like, what the hell is wrong with Capcom? But it really, in the end, could just be, in actuality, that it's because the majority of the fan base enjoys the game. Right? And, there is that, mentality right there that the West will voice their opinions and the Japanese are like, oh, they're scared to insult it and stuff like that. But I don't think that's the case, right? Because the player base is enjoying the game. If the player base is enjoying, like, they have no skin in the game, right? Like, what does it matter to random Japanese guy if he's like, this game sucks? Like, he can't bite a hand that feeds him because he's not being fed by this. And if Street Fighter 6 goes away, like, he's got a million mobile games and, like, a bunch of other video games that he can play. Like, it's not really gonna be that bad. So, like, saying that the Japanese aren't complaining because they don't want to, maybe the pro players sure don't want to bite the hand that feeds them, but that doesn't mean that the regular players have any reason not to. Now, if the top players are enjoying the game, maybe that attitude rubs off on the people watching and stuff like that. One of the hardest parts about the West audience is that you see a lot of complaints from the top players, and so a lot of the casual players, they do start parroting that. I saw some people typing in the chat about the West just likes to parrot things all day. And there's a lot of truth to that, right? But the thing about it is, I guess the way that, and this has nothing to do with the Street Fighter 4 patch, but more just an attitude on, like, how to appreciate fighting games a little bit, I've had people tell me, like, in arguing about Tokon, they were like, well, look, people expect this, so they should do that because that's what people want. And my response to them is like, that's just not true. If your goal is to make a fighting game appeal to everyone who's going to play your fighting game, you will fail because it is an unrealistic goal. Because the changes you want to make to Marvel Tokon are things that a lot of people who are playing Tokon and enjoying it don't want to see in the game, and they play it because it's not in the game. You can't make everybody happy. And so, like, if you're sitting here complaining about a fighting game, keep in mind that whatever complaint and solution you come up with, somebody else is going to hate it really badly, right? I just saw, like, some tweet about, like, I guess there was some crazy, like, fan-made Spider-Man movie, and it, like, sucks. I've talked about this, too. RoboCop fans made this RoboCop miniseries, and it sucked, right? And it's just like, you know, a lot of the people who are fans of this stuff think that they know what everybody who loves the same thing that they love wants, but it's just not the case a lot of the time, right? You can't expect a fighting game to satisfy everybody. And so in the end, you can't expect a fighting game to play exactly how you want it to play. Because it's never going to happen, right? So the little bit of the Japanese mentality of, hey, this is the game we have, I'm going to play it, and, you know, put up with some of the things that I don't like to enjoy this actually really well balanced fighting game. Like, there's a lot of merit to that because, you know what? The game is never going to play how you want it. This is what I told everybody, like when City of the Wolves, when everyone played the beta and everyone's like, oh my God, this is the greatest fighting game ever. Like, this is the game, I'm playing it. And I'm like, okay. Cool your jets, because it plays how you want to play it, because when a fighting game comes out, you can exact onto that game your play style and find success. But the fighting game eventually is going to turn into something that you probably don't like, right? Like, it's very rare that at the end game, like the high level version of a fighting game is going to match your expectations. If it does, congratulations, you found a game that you love, right? But for the most part, it's not going to end up that way. And so, like, you know, when you're playing a fighting game and you're like, oh, I love this game right now, you have to temper your expectations because it's going to change. No game ends up playing after like a few months like it played when it first came out. And I tell everybody this, every fighting game that you learn, eventually something is going to become strong. And if you don't like it, it can ruin the game for you. Or you can just be like, okay, this is how the meta is evolving. This is what I'm going to play. This is why I keep saying when I see those clips of someone showing Jury drive rush 3 times in a row, gets checked, and then the 4th time they get in and kill the enemy with a 6,000 damage combo. I'm like, they're like, look at this scrub. And I'm like, why are they a scrub? They're playing the game correctly because this is what the game is rewarding, right? So don't call them a scrub. You could say that this is bad or like, I hate the neutral in this game. And that's totally justified because, yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of reasons to really hate that kind of neutral, right? Like, absolutely, you have a reason to hate it. But it's not that the opponent is playing scrubby. They're playing correctly. Because you obviously didn't make them want to stop doing that, right? You didn't make them want to stop doing that. But also the game doesn't necessarily facilitate it that well, which is why I keep saying I want to nerf it so that if you check a drive rush, you get to do big damage on them, right? But again, like, you're playing the game and it's not going to end up playing the way that you want it to play. Like I said, I had this talk with Chris CCH. I had this talk with Ryan LV. When Ryan LV was like excited for Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, I told him it's not going to play anything like you want it to play. I was like, I haven't even touched MVCI, but I'm telling you that right now because you need to be ready for this. And when Chris CCH was like, I'm going to give this esports thing a chance, when Street Fighter 6 was announced, I told him the same thing. I was like, Street Fighter 6 is not going to play the way that you want it to play. I've never touched the game, but you have to be ready for this, right? Because that's the mentality you kind of have to have. And so that is a little bit of like the Japanese mentality. They don't expect the game to play the way they want it to play. They see, oh, the game plays like this. It has these mechanics. Let's use it. Let's go. And as long as every character can take advantage of these mechanics to the same degree, then it's fine, right? Because if you can be broken with Drive Rush, I can be broken with Drive Rush. Obviously, that's not true because some characters have shitty drive rushes, which is why I keep saying if I buffed Chun-Li, I would make her drive rush better. Maybe it's not part of what you feel like she should play, but let's face it, in Street Fighter 6, you should have a good drive rush. So give Chun-Li a good drive rush. Like, it's crazy how she's supposed to be a pixie fast character and she feels like one of the slowest characters in the game because her drive rush sucks so badly, right? But again, that's more of a balance the characters kind of thing. Now, I'm talking about this because I'm just kind of, rationalizing the way the Japanese think, and it kind of falls in line with how I think about fighting games and stuff like that because, obviously we've gone through it. In a previous section, we were talking about Alpha 1, and like in retrospect, Alpha 1 is a really shitty game, but we didn't really know any better at that time, so we just kind of accepted it and played it as it was. It's only been much later that we've gotten to the point now where all the Third Strike players refuse to play 4, all the 4 players refuse to play 5. A lot of 5 players did go to 6, but that's because esports now. But in a lot of ways, our scene has always been resistant to moving on to the next game. Having said that, I think the patch is really good from a let's balance the character standpoint. Am I disappointed there's no system changes? Absolutely, I'm disappointed that there's no system mechanic changes. We need some system mechanic. I really, honestly think we need that. I think we need that. And I swear if I had the ability to actually talk to Capcom like people think I do, I would love to give them my ideas to make it, to show them that you can change it without changing it, right? Because again, I've talked about this before. This game is calculated to the frame. You guys have no idea how hard it must be for them to calculate every single character in this game down to the goddamn frame, right? Like if I go back to the Street Fighter 6, if I bring up Yasmine over here, right? If you want something to combo, oops, we've lost cat view and now you're only just looking at my fat ass over here. Like if you look at this, right, in order for something to combo, like if I did something like crouching medium kick, so it has 23 frames of hit stun on the bottom. In order to combo, a move has to have 22 frames or less, right? If I do crouching light punch, sorry, it's on counter hit. Let's start all over again with that. If I do crouching medium kick, you see it's 21 frames of hit stun. 21 frames of hit stun, right? In order for a special move to combo, that means that special move has to have a startup of 20 or less, right? And if you look at the heavy Daloi, the startup is 21. It's exactly 1 frame too long of a startup for it to combo. If we look at the medium Talim, 21 frames of startup. It's exactly 21, it's exactly 1 frame too long for it to combo, right? And like if we look at the heavy one here, it's like 30, crouching heavy punch has 31 frames of hit stun. Wow, what a coincidence. 30 is less than 31, so it combos now, right? Like, this is how precise and exact this game is when it comes to frame data and how much they're calculating things. So every time people are like, change the drive system, add frames here, like you've just ruined the entire game. You have to rebalance the entire game. And people don't seem to get that, right? But again, there are ways to balance the game so that you don't have to do any of this, right? So like I said, if you balance the reward or the risk of raw drive rushes, if you balance the risks of throws without changing throw loops, as I've said, like throw loops feel like inherently too powerful of a mechanic, but that's because I can take 5 throws and lose 6,000 damage, or I get shimmied 1 time and take 6,000 damage. But if I take 5 throws in a row, that gives me 4 chances. Yeah, 4 chances that the opponent will be scared I tech and they try to shimmy or press a button and I don't get thrown. So even if I get thrown 3 times and then they shimmy and I didn't tech,
I've lost 3,600 and now I can try to fight my way out as opposed to getting shimmy and eating 6,000 damage right away. So like, yeah, you take throws like that, right? But that's because the risk reward is skewed. Like I said, if I added a special move in the game that everybody can do, like down, down, 3 kicks, I don't know, I'm making that up, that you just go into a drive parry animation that if it gets thrown, the thrower dies. Like the thrower just gets KO, KO, and they just die right away. Nobody's going for throw loops. Nobody's going to try throw loops anymore. They try it once in a while, they'll push their luck at 2. But like now it's just really scary. The risk and reward is not worth it anymore. And you didn't change how throw loops worked. You just changed that now, like if you're wrong one time, you die, right? It's like the shoes on the other foot kind of thing, right? And so like literally, you don't have to change the way anything behaves. You just have to change the risk of it. And right now, the throw loop and the raw drive rush have too small of risk. If you up their risk, you can keep the game mostly as it is. And like I said, I still think all of this is exacerbated by level 3s because they just do too much damage, and you're always guaranteed to get a level 3 in any reasonable match, right? Like, if you have a reasonable match that's not a slaughter, by round 2, you have a level 3. You have a level 3. And if that's the case, like, of course, level 3s are too strong. I mentioned Street Fighter V in my previous section. If EXs weren't on the same meter as supers, Street Fighter V would have been very similar. Stand roundhouse into V trigger activation would be just as annoying as a drive rush. People hate it already, but now if I hit you with it, now I get to kill you into a super because the super has very little scaling, right? But most of the time, people don't even have a super because EXs generally are stronger to use than supers are. And so the problem with Street Fighter 6 right now is that there's nothing else draining the super meter. So you're always guaranteed to have that, which is why if you don't check a drive rush, you lose 60% of your life. If you get shimmied, you lose 60% of your life. Because level 3s are too much damage. Again, even if they didn't, like if the level 3s didn't exist, you wouldn't even do a double drive rush cancel, right? You wouldn't even do a double drive rush cancel because you'd burn yourself out. So you can barely do 3,000 damage that way. Most of the time you get like 5,000 damage off a level 3 combo because before the level 3, which tends to do 2,000, you've already done 3,000 damage. But you're okay doing that and burning yourself out because you're guaranteed to kill them when they're at 50%, right? And if you can't kill them at 50%, you may only drive cancel once. And now your damage is all the way down to like 2,000, 2,500, right? Like, so all of a sudden you have more interactions in the game. So, you know, as much as, you know, it's cool to see the Japanese take on this and, you know, and me preaching, you know, like accept the game as it is and learn how to appreciate it and all that stuff like that, I would still like to see changes. And I do think that there are ways that you can change the game without changing how it's played right now. The nice thing about the change that I've had for the drive rush is it doesn't change how lower level players play the game because nobody at the lower levels is trying to or successfully checking drive rushes like that consistently. So you're not even changing the game. The players at the lower levels are still going to have the same fun that you've always had, right? Again, for changing throw loops, I have like 900 ideas. They'd all have to be tested. So I don't really have like anything specific to try, but it would be interesting to try a bunch of different things. But you know, there's a lot of different things that you can do to make the game feel like higher risk. Drive rush cancel, not enough of a risk. It's only a 3-second cooldown. You start getting your drive gauge back pretty quickly, faster than a raw drive rush. All right, let's change it so that if you do a drive rush cancel, you don't get passive drive gauge gain for 8 seconds. Right now it's 3 seconds. Add another 5 seconds to that. That's a long amount of time for not to get passive drive meter gain. That is a long time. And now everybody who drive rush cancels is really gonna think about it a little bit more. But we didn't change how it plays. We didn't change how it works on the offense. You just have to be really like, oh my God. So, am I disappointed there's no system changes? For me personally, yes, I am. Because I do think that there is a way to make the game stay as it is and continue to be as successful as it is while satisfying a lot of the top pros out there at the same time. And I think it would make the game a little more, like, again, it's not that it's not balanced because everybody has access to the same system mechanics. It's just that a lot of people are not having fun with it anymore. A lot of people are not enjoying the raw drive rush, throw loops, the drive rush cancels and stuff like that. And I think we can make it so that people start enjoying that again a little bit more, honestly. And, for me, it's not really a selfish thing. For me, it is about trying to keep as many people happy as possible. I'm not going to convince the people who literally hate the game to play the game. That's never the goal. But the goal is that there are a bunch of people out there who did enjoy this game a lot, and they're not enjoying it as much anymore. These are players that want to play the game, and they want to enjoy it. You see this all over Twitter, like, well, I guess I'm really just going to have to quit it because it's just not becoming a game that I'm as interested in anymore. But you can tell that if it did, they would keep playing. And it's not going to take much to get those guys back playing. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to go for a wholesale change to the game. Which is a problem, too, because a lot of the people who don't like the way it's going think that the game does need a wholesale change. But it really doesn't. I'm telling you right now, it really does not need a major shakeup, right? You can keep all the systems mostly as they are, and the game can be a lot more palatable to these players who are starting to become disappointed with the game. That's really where my position comes from. I want to change a lot of this stuff because, I get where a lot of people are frustrated with the game, and I understand it, and I really think that there are smart changes that you can add to change to make it work for them again without doing the thing where you have to force everybody to learn the system all over again, etc., etc. Like, you can leave it mostly the same. Everything that you could do before, you can still do. All you're doing is just increasing the risk in a lot of different ways. And that's kind of where I'm at right now on the patch. Honestly, like, I really think that the patch is really good patch. Like, Jamie sounds scary right now. Manon sounds like she's going to get a lot of stuff. Marisa is like, Marisa players are happy right now. I think Honda got some pretty decent life improvements right there. Lily, I say the same thing every time, but she can't get buffed because OD Windclad Condor Spire is too strong. Nerf that move and then you can buff her. Nerf that move and then you can buff her, honestly. I do think Capcom is scared to kill the Golden Goose, but it's not even like kill the Golden Goose. It's like, why would you change it if most people are happy with it, right? Why would you be tempted to change it if the majority of your player base is not complaining about it, right? It's largely the West, but good Lord, we all know that Japan is probably where the majority of their money is coming from for Street Fighter 6, right? Yeah, and with Tekken 8 in recent memory as well, yeah. I think a lot of players got a lot. I mean, the JP nerf to the throw off of Amnesia is big. I mean, that's a big nerf right there. And so, yeah, I think the change to the held Psycho Flicker. But again, I don't think these things are going to kill those characters. I don't even think Maya's going to be killed at all. I think Maya's still going to be really strong in this game. But a lot of the characters that were weaker got stronger. Ken is wait to be seen. I think Chun-Li is not good enough yet. Like, she's got a couple of neat little things, but you know, one of the tendencies that they do tend to do here in Street Fighter 6 balance is that they tend to strengthen and weaken the things that are already strong and weak sometimes. So a lot of the times, a lot of the changes they give these characters are like win mores, right? Like right now, one of the biggest things that people are crying about is Kimberly draining 75% of your life, right? With the 3 cans. But before she had 3 cans, she was draining like 7,200 or 7,100. So like, yeah, it just feels bad to lose 75% of your life to Kimberly, but an optimal Kimberly combo before this patch was like 300 damage, 400 damage less. It's a win more kind of situation. So, you know, it's not, people are treating it more than they really should be. And also, the way that they balance things, I feel like they're not addressing the key things. I mean, literally, I saw a post from a Japanese Kimberly player who saw the patch notes and was like legit mad. Like, they didn't do anything to this character. I think I have to stop playing her because they won't improve the things that matter. Can you imagine that? That people, that a Kimberly player out there was just like, I saw these changes to Kimberly and were like, I guess I should drop the character, right? Like, right? Like, I'm sure a lot of people are like, what the hell? Like, she looks absolutely broken now. I said on Twitter that I think people are going to hate this character to death now after I saw the changes because I know how people are going to react. And just because I'm sure people want to know what my opinion on Kimberly is, I think she's going to be better because I think her neutral is going to be stronger because I think she's going to be able to use spray cans in neutral more commonly than she was able to before. I'm pretty sure Capcom really wanted you to use spray cans in neutral. But the problem is the spray can mix-up in the corner was too strong that nobody ever wanted to spend spray cans in neutral. So I think that their change to make it so that you can refill even if you're at 1 can or 2 cans and giving it to 3 cans max is to try to encourage people to throw spray cans in neutral a lot more. So I don't think the 3 spray can combos is really even that big of a deal, right? Because again, it's just, you just made something do more damage. It's a win more kind of situation. I think the win that she's going to have is the ability to throw cans, because I've often said the way that you kill Kimberly is you neutral jump, because everything she does just like moves forward into this one spot and then she dies. But now with the spray can, her forward heavy kick becomes a better tool. Running and sliding from across the screen becomes a better tool. Running into the torso cleaver to get plus frames is more possible with spray cans and neutral. And now what you're doing is you're forcing the opponent to move around more. Because I've often said that the range that Kimberly dies is right outside her standing medium kick, because she can't really do anything there. Now I can throw down a spray can and put a spray can at my bad distance to force you to walk further away into a better distance, or force you to walk closer into a better distance for me. And I'd be more willing to spend that can because I can try to reload it. I don't have to go down to 0. I can actually spend the can and reload it. So I can go from 2 to 1 back to 2, or go from 2 to 3 back to 2, you know, stuff like that. I have more control of how many cans I have. And I feel like they're putting in that change because they're trying to convince people to use the spray cans in neutral more, which I will be trying to do because I really think that's one of the things they're trying to get players to do. I don't think her stability has improved, however. She's still going to die in the corner in the exact same way she dies now. And as a result, she's still a very unstable character. As buff as she is now, and as much that everybody likes to tell me that she's broken and she's top tier, you don't see Kimberly's at the end of any tournament, except for Psycho. And that's because Psycho has, like, punk footsies, right? So he can actually play footsies with Kimberly in a way that supersedes the fact that her neutral is really bad. So, he has success with her. But outside of that, we have guys like Nadi Kun and stuff like that, but we don't see them getting high in any of the majors, like majority of the time. Can she murder you? Absolutely. She's really annoying for that reason, but that's what I mean. She's really unstable. She can kill you really fast, and it feels like you can't do anything right, and you guessed wrong like 4 times in a row, and then you die, and it's just like this character, I freaking hate this character. So stupid, right? But then, the same player will get Kimberly in the corner with Ken, and Kimberly just melts. Like, there's too many times in tournaments I've seen the Kimberly player get put into the corner. Top Kimberly players get put into the corner and they just absolutely die right away. So, didn't Killsu get second at Capcom Cup using mostly Kim? No, he played all Mai. Killsu is in this mode right now where he's like, crap, they nerfed Mai, no. No. Killsu got second playing, was like Mayan Jury, I think it was. Like, he barely ever played Kimberly. So, yeah. Oh, what's up, Chanchai VF? How's it going? Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is, like, if Kimberly got EX up kicks, you would have to nerf so many things about her. She only functions right now, in my opinion, because she's so aggressively annoying on offense and she's so sad on defense, right? I think that's the only reason why she can get away with being how she is right now. If you give her the OD DP, the OD Tatsu Senpukak, if you give her the OD Bushin Senpukak, like, she's too strong at that point. You have to nerf stuff. She'd be too good. I personally would not give her an OD's Bushin Senpukak with invincibility. I might try to give her something really goofy, like a way to get out of the corner, but it costs cans, right? So, like, that would be really interesting. Like, if she's on the ground, she can use a spray can, and only in the corner, she can blow up a spray can that launches her out of the corner, right? And be, like, invincible, but it costs, like, 2 cans. Like, we can make it cost 2 cans now because it's easier to refill cans and stuff like that. So, like, cost 2 cans to blow you up out of the corner. Or give her a wall jump that she can only use if she has a can, because she jumps off the wall by exploding a can on the wall and goes boom and kind of launches her off the wall or something like that. Like, stuff like that. Like, creative ways, and especially now that cans are more an easily accessible resource, But I wouldn't give her an ODDP at this point. Like, even me as a Kimberly player who struggles with her because I can't react in this game, so I can't whiff punish worth crap, I still wouldn't give her an ODDP. I would love an ODDP, but I could not, with good conscience, ever give her an ODDP at this point. Oh, man. No, I mean, that's why I call her stupid combos Fruit Loops, right? Because, yeah, it's 2 cans, right? It's 2 cans. It's Fruit Loops. But, yeah, at this point, I in terms of, I didn't expect system changes. Nathan muted my microphone again here. I didn't expect system changes. So, having not expected any, am I disappointed that there's not system changes? Yeah. I am still a little disappointed because I would like to see the changes because, like I said, not necessarily even for me, because I would just like to see it so that people don't have as many reasons to complain. I'm doing it for the overall, I want it for the general overall happiness of the entire scene. That's why I want to see some system mechanic changes. But I think overall it's a good patch. overall, I think it's a good patch. And I can't wait to see how it shakes up. And I'd be really happy if we do see some more Manon, Jamie, and, Marisas and other lower tier characters, more Hondas and stuff like that. I think that would be fantastic to see. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see what's going to come of this patch. Again, that isn't to say that I'm not disappointed that there aren't system mechanic changes. I am disappointed. But kind of going with the discussion that we had earlier, I understand that this is the game that we're going to be playing for a while because, again, that tweet that I put out and seeing how a lot of the actual Japanese and Asian players were responding, being like, what are they complaining about? Is a big eye-opener, right? It lends credence to the fact that the Asian players are enjoying the game a lot. And so, that stands the reason why they don't change the game that much. But like I said, my stance is that you can change the game so that the game isn't any different, but people will be happier with the way the mechanics interact in the game. I really think that's possible because all you have to do is be creative, and all you have to do is understand what the actual weakness, what the actual problem is. For me, like the level 3 thing, oh God, I don't know. I doubt I could ever convince anyone to change anything, but I would just make it so that if you're in burnout, it scales all the way down to 10%. That you only get the 50% minimum scaling if you are not burned out. So that way you can't do the double drive rush guarantee of kill, basically. So that would lower the damage of death combos from 6,000 damage to like 4,500 or something like that. So, or something, there's a lot of things out there like that. So, hey, what's up, Blockbuster John? It's great seeing you at Evo. Great seeing you at Evo. You have a very side question over here. It says, saw the Tetris VOD just now. Why do you think no one in our area has tried to throw a tournament at that venue? It's nice. Probably because it's expensive. So the Tetris, whenever the Classic Tetris World Championships runs a tournament there, it's always in conjunction with the SoCal Retro Gaming Expo. So I don't think that they're paying for the ballroom by themselves. So I don't think the Tetris company is necessarily like paying that much money for it. But I think it would be a good venue, but it's probably just really, really, really expensive. I just think it's really expensive to run something there. Now, if you're saying like, why don't we run a tournament? I mean, what would be cool is maybe we do the same as Tetris and partner up with the SoCal Retro Gaming Expo and actually run a fighting game tournament, like have SoCal Regionals run that same weekend and we can figure out how to work with them as well. That would be, I'll say that I would hate that because then I'd have to divide my attention between Tetris and Street Fighter and I'd be really sad. But also, the SoCal Retro Gaming Expo was always on the same weekend, intentionally, as Games Live, whatever that event is, because the Tetris weekend is always the same weekend. They announced the next DLC season because that one gaming convention thing always happens on the same weekend as well. So I don't think we could ever run a fighting game tournament that weekend unless we somehow made it all work. But like, it would be really hard if they were all at the same time. But using the Pasadena Convention Center as a tournament venue would be cool, but I just think it's really expensive because LA is really expensive. LA is just really expensive. So yeah, my voice is definitely starting to crack. And I've only been doing this for 4 hours, too. But in any case, I don't really have anything else to say about the Season 4 patch. So I guess I can talk about the last thing over here. I guess I can do this really, really short here. Water, earth, fire, air. This is the game you're looking for. But then the Fire Nation attacked. No, the Fire Nation attack part I just wanted to put as a joke. It has nothing to do with anything. I just really wanted to talk about, and I'll talk about this very briefly, that I'm really invested, I feel like, in the future of Avatar Legends. Obviously, it came out and it has a lot of, things to be desired in terms of usability. But right now, the gameplay and the net code is something that everybody is just gushing over. The people who are playing this game love this game, and it feels like this game is finally that game that everybody keeps saying they want. It is a game that seems to be catering to higher level players, because what this game is trying to set itself up as is a movement heavy game that doesn't have a lot of Oki, right? The Oki is not particularly strong in this game, at least not from what I've seen so far. I can't speak to it necessarily because I haven't played a lot of other people yet. I've mostly just been going through and learning the cast right now. But it seems like this game doesn't have like a lot of like Oki mix-ups. The game really wants you to get back on your feet and play. And what's really interesting about it is, having learned a few of the characters, with the tutorials and the trials and stuff like that, the characters are all based on movement, and they're all based on very different kinds of movement. And I think that's really cool. But the other thing too is that they have not been bashful about making this movement really like executionally advanced. I'm not going to say it's like super hard, but like it's there. Like you have to get good at your character's movement. And once you do, the ability to convert stray hits into like an actual combo and stuff like that is like great. It feels great. And the movement is excellent. And like I said, it takes practice to get good at. And I think that's really cool. Now, do I have my concerns? Absolutely. My concerns mostly are that, this is an IP, just like I've said about 2XKO. If you're making a game called Avatar Legends, you're trying to appeal to a lot of fans who love Avatar. And as a result, the game is actually, kind of grimy like 2XKO in a lot of ways. And so, like, a lot of beginners are going to try to play this game, and they are just going to get smoked. And it's going to be frustrating for them, especially with no ranked right now. Obviously, I'm not going to be like, this game has no ranked, it's bad, because obviously that's something they're going to add in when they have the chance, right? Like, they're working on it right now. So, I'm not worried about that part. But if the player base does not, cannot maintain itself, then, online ranked weakens in general because of the fact that you can't get matched up with people of your strength. You just get matched up with people who are going to kick your ass, which is really tough, honestly. I mean, I intend to, Forrest. I want to commentate the game because I'm really enjoying it. TNS had to cancel an Avatar tournament due to the lack of spectator mode. Oh, jeez. Actually, that's a good point, John Amaton. Maybe I can do a bunch of beginner videos for Avatar, and I think that would help a lot because, yeah, the game doesn't teach you anything. Half the time I'm like, wait, what happened? Wait, why? How many meters does it take to do a super? Like, it doesn't just say anything, So, like, I feel like, but the thing about it is, so, for a long time I've been saying over and over and over again that these fighting games are a product. And I know everybody says, cater to the hardcore. But like, you cater to the hardcore, the game doesn't sell. And now the company will never make a fighting game again. So now you're mad that they simplified things and try to cater to casuals. But by trying to cater to only the hardcore, we don't get fighting games anymore. That's the ultimate result, right? So my argument has always been that I think it's good that we cater to casuals because these are a product. They have to make money. It's not 25 cents to put a quarter in and play anymore. You have to spend $60 and then spend another $25 or $30 for the first season DLC. This shit's expensive, man. So like, we don't have this kind of opportunity to try to cater games to the hardcore. So my take has always been, you have to make these games very beginner friendly in a lot of way. And here comes Avatar, right? Avatar is not the most beginner friendly game. I mean, some of those tutorials are like beginner tutorial, and you're like, what do you want me to do? Right? Like, there's some crazy stuff going on in this game. They don't even like cover like the like every time I picked Kyoshi, Avatar Kyoshi, and I saw like one of her supports is allows her to double jump. I can't double jump at all. Like, I'm like, jump. This is not working. And I think what it means is that I can actually do 2 flow movement options in a row. So the ground one, when she runs into the air, then I can do it one more time in the air. And so I was like, oh, but they don't explain that anywhere. You know, so the game's not very beginner friendly right now. But that's kind of why I really want to see the FGC stick to this, like, latch onto this game. You know, I've said this about Under Night before as well, because I'm like, dude, Under Night's right here. Like, I feel like this is a game that everybody's been clamoring for. And I feel like Avatar is a lot of that right now as well. You know, and so I want to see this game succeed, because what that will do is it sends a message that, yes, we can make a game that caters to hardcore fighting game players and have it succeed. Because then it might mean that we'll see more games, you know, focus a little bit more on the higher end of, you know, gameplay and such. Because I'll tell you right now, controlling some of these characters is really, really hard. So I really hope that, you know, Avatar can succeed. And I hope, you know, I do hope that they keep adding more, you know, like beginner-friendly mechanics and modes and stuff like that. You know, modes for more for casuals and stuff like that. I really do hope they can do that. But you know, if the gameplay kind of stays how it is, how it's so just like this gameplay is brutal, and it takes a lot to master. But the thing about it is, all the people who have been playing it have been saying, like, it feels so good. Like, the game feels good to play. And that's comes from that creativity of movement. And again, learning how to do something difficult. So if you play Avatar and you're like, I can't control Zahir, like I can't do these Magneto tri-dashes, and then at some point, all of a sudden, in an online match, you get tri-dash into a big combo, and then you kill them. That shit feels good. And a lot of people are experiencing that with this game, right? And showing that difficulty in a fighting game is actually one of the appeals of the fighting game, right? And so if we can see a game like this succeed, I think that would be really great for the community. I think that would be great for the scene. And it would really show a lot of the devs, you know, a different mindset on how to approach making a modern day fighting game. So basically, I guess all I'm really doing here with this segment is give Avatar a shot. Obviously, fighting games are expensive, like I said. But if you can give it a shot, try to give it a shot and see what you think of it, right? And yes, it's missing a lot of things. And I will always say that resetting the training mode state by holding 4 buttons down for a period of time and having a slow wipe into a rewipe to get back to the reset was the decision of the devil. But it will improve as time goes on. I feel confident about that. But if you have a chance to try it, make sure you do and see how you feel about it. And again, it is going to be difficult. But again, like, stick through it a little bit, and maybe you might be able to experience a little bit of that euphoria as well. I mean, the hardest part about this segment here is all it sounds like I'm doing is it's like having a segment dedicated as a commercial for Avatar. I can tell you right now, with 100% honesty, they haven't paid me. They haven't asked me to do any of this stuff. Again, I'm just really keeping the community in mind of how I think the community could grow and get stronger and stuff. And having a game like Avatar succeed, I think would be really key, right? And, you know, I would think the same thing about 2XKO as well. You know, to have that succeed shows that having a hardcore game is really good. And I know I've been very critical of the game, but that's just because, like I said, I'm not sure who the game is for. And Avatar, I kind of feel the same way. I'm not gonna lie. I worry about, but like, I hope people do give it a shot, right? The thing about Avatar is, at least outside of fighting Zahir, like, it's still 1v1. And team games are always going to be harder for casuals to get into. And so, you know, that's kind of why I'm kind of hoping that a lot of people do give Avatar a real shot. That's it. So, dude, you know, funny thing, Mage Nicholas, when I was dating my ex, who was a cosplayer, the first cosplay that I ever said that I would totally do was Uncle Iroh. I definitely, like, because my ex really loved Zuko, so I was like, okay, so you cosplay as Zuko, I cosplay as Uncle Iroh, and I think that would be hilarious. I would be so down, and of course I would be Uncle Iroh before prison, because I definitely have the physique for that, honestly. So, so I actually wish fighting games would try to make their game to cater towards casuals first more. Yeah, like I said, there's got to be a good balance with that. There has to be a good balance with that, honestly. So, on the official Avatar Legends TFG roadmap, they have something called Beginner Zone and new tutorials along with casual modes. Perfect. I hope those come out and help grow the player base, honestly. John the Automaton, all you have to, look, you don't have to hide it. You don't have to hide it. Just say it exactly as you want to say it. I'd wish they hired James to teach fighting games. That's all you have to say. That's all you have to say. I wish they'd hire James to help them teach their fighting games. You don't have to hide it. You don't have to, just speak your truth, man. Speak your truth. Oh, man. Any case, that's all I want to say there. I think I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. Whoa. Is it any case? Any case. I said that, and Nathan turned his head and looked at me. I don't know if you saw. That. So, that's what I was typing. Lol, hire James and put a first attack in the game, damn it. Yep, there you go. That's right. I mean, I don't even necessarily need to design fighting games. I just want to be the guy kind of like on the outside to make sure that they... Because again, I'm so obsessed with feel and how a game feels, right? Nobody exists in any of the fighting games that is focusing on that. Is focusing on how a fighting game feels. They're always like, here's the mechanic, here's the characters, do cool, da-da-da-da. Avatar was one of the first games where I really feel like that they had a clear vision and they had a clear idea of how they wanted the game to feel. And the option of putting flow in there to give a unique movement for every character is a really cool idea. And I'm really down with their vision, right? I'm just worried. Oh, that's right. The other thing that I was worried about. So one, I am worried that the game is kind of grimy, that a lot of beginners aren't going to play it. And, you know, that they're going to have trouble with it. And so it's going to be hard to attract new players. The other thing I'm worried about it really is the two-touch syndrome. Combos are really long in this game. And they do a lot of damage. And so the game I think is going to turn into like largely a two-touch game with most of the characters, and in some cases almost a one-touch game. I've seen some of those crazy Sokka combos. So like I'm actually worried about that more than anything else is the two-touch nature of the game because again, you get hit by a combo in this game and the mix-ups are grimy as fuck, right? And like I said, the Oki is not terrible. Like it's not hard to escape because you can't get thrown out of rolls, you don't have any recovery frames, whatever. You can clearly see they want the game to go back to neutral a lot more. But if the game turns into neutral, someone gets a hit, neutral, that same person gets a hit, game over. It's gonna go against the philosophy they have. Now, I don't know if they want to nerf the combos because people are learning combos and they're having fun with it. So it's hard to want to nerf the combos. The problem is the combos are long, and so you sit there and you watch yourself get hit for a long time. And then you get out, and then you get hit, and you watch it again, and then you die. Like, that's a concern. I don't know how to fix that yet, but I also haven't sat down and thought about it. And also, I haven't played the game enough to really just be like, this is how I'd fix it. Because I'd have to see how much it's going to be, how much it actually is going to be a two-touch kind of game. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. So, have you watched the OG Avatar show? During the pandemic itself, so before the pandemic, I've seen Avatar and Korra. During the pandemic, I think I watched Avatar and Korra both like 3 times during the height of the pandemic. I love the Avatar series. So I not only like, again, people have asked me if I could make a fighting game out of an existing IP, which one would I choose? I always chose Avatar. I always wanted to do the last Airbender fighting game, right? That was always a fighting game I really wanted to make. And so not only could I commentate this game? Like I know the lore of this game like crazy. Right, like I could do all the lore for like while I'm commentating. I can make all the lore comments. It's one of the reasons why I didn't commentate 2XKO or Dragon Ball Fighters because I just don't know the lore of those games. And while obviously it doesn't necessarily matter, I just know there's a lot of people out there who are big Dragon Ball fans and big League of Legends fans. So I was like, you know what? I'll let them. I'm not gonna fight for the commentary for these games. Go for it. But Avatar, I want to commentate because 1, I like what the game is doing, and 2, I'm really into the Avatar lore, and so I just think I would have so much fun commentating Avatar, the fighting game. Like honestly, I think I would love it. So, okay. I think that'll be it for today. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for hanging out and watching. Hope you guys had a really, really good time over here. And, thank you, everybody. And, the pre-show discussion thing lasts like 2 hours, and it's cool. I love it. I love talking with you guys. I love answering questions, having good conversations with you guys. You guys always bring some really interesting questions and points and stuff like that. So I really appreciate that. So thank you guys. What is that? Ty Logthrax? Is that what that is? Ty Logthrax 84? Thank you guys. Thank you, Forrest. Thank you, Mike Jones, Mage, John the Automaton, El Zilcho, Yin Silver. But really quick, don't you think short combos are often what makes a good fighting game? I do. I do, actually. But again, I don't think that long combos make a fighting game bad. UMVC 3 is still one of my absolute favorite fighting games. And it's got like some of the longest combos, right? But I don't think that game is bad. So it really just, again, in my opinion, like when you talk about fighting games like this, should it have long combos, short combos? Should it have execution or low execution? Again, who's your audience? And did you build the game around the idea that this is going to happen, right? If you build a game where the first touch is that everybody has a 100% death combo, right? Like, that's not a good game. Or it's Hokuto no Ken and people love it, right? So, like, You know, again, like, there's no good or bad with these things. It's just, does the game work when played that way? Hokuto no Ken works because all of those combos are really hard to do. And I still wanted to sit down and actually try to learn all the infinites so you guys could see how hard they are. But again, it's just, you know, if like, I love Vampire Savior because the combos are short. But like I said, I love UMVC3, even though the combos are long. I think Tokon's gonna have long combos. I can't wait to play that game, right? So it's just really depends on how the game is built. Short combos can always be right and they can always be wrong. Long combos can always be right and they can always be wrong. But it's just, who are you building your game for? If you have long combos, you're trying to reward people who practice and have the execution, and you know, and again, one of the things that a lot of people don't ever get about execution is the ability to convert a stray hit into a normalized combo, because people don't understand that a lot of times in those Marvel games and Avatar games and stuff like that, just because I hit you with a move doesn't mean I can do a combo that had that move in it. Like, if you hit it in a certain momentum, in a certain angle, at a certain height, and you're like, I didn't expect to hit him here. If I hit him with this, oh shoot, cancel into this, and then, oh, let me normalize it, and it works, you're just like, I am a god. I am a god, this feels so good. So a lot of times execution is also about improvisation. Guilty Gear was another game that was a lot like that, thanks to Roman cancels. In Exerd and XX, there was a lot of times you just hit with a stray hit, and you're like, cancel into this, Roman cancel, try to normalize, dude, it worked. And you're just like, I'm a god. You know, like, these things feel great, right? And so again, like, it just depends on who you're trying to make your game for. What audience are you going for? Who are you trying to attract? And that's the thing, right? And as long as you're honest about that, and you're honest about that to the audience, like, look, we made this fighting game to be hard to play with harder execution, but we think players will enjoy that because this, you know, like, if you're honest about it, then I think anything can work, right? Like, for me, Fantasy Strike might not be my thing, right? There's no standing or crouching in that game, and it's just like so simplified, right? It might not be my thing, but the thing is, Serlin never presented Fantasy Strike as anything except this is the, like, I want to make a fighting game that's like really fundamental, like very low execution, etc., etc. And he's never not tried to present it that way. That's how he's presenting the game. Like, I want to make a fighting game that has a lot of cool decisions to make, but not the execution. And I think that's great. And that, to me, that means, like, Fantasy Strike, like, yeah, like, absolutely deserves to have a space in there and to find its audience. There's never a bad idea for a fighting game, as long as you know who you're trying to market your fighting game to. If you're making your fighting game in a way that's antithetical to who you think you're trying to attract to the game, you're not going to succeed. If you're trying to make a fighting game that appeals to everyone, you're not going to succeed. So this is why I'm so obsessed with how a fighting game feels. So the thing about Avatar for me is that movement and the feel of that, and the feel of mastering your character's movement to be able to improvise, because they just put in all the movement options. Like, I tried Katara and I was like, Jesus Christ, she can feels like she can do like everything. And if you can get good at that, like, that's where the beauty comes from, is somebody just being able to control that character like nobody else can. And I think that's great. And I really applaud that vision from them, because you can see clearly that they are trying to focus on that vision. And I think that's really cool. So everything works, in my opinion. I think everything works. I just think long combos are one of those things that prevents beginners from even trying a game. That's only true if beginners are matched up with experts right away. If the game has enough of a player base two people who are beginners will get matched up with each other, and then it's not a problem. But if the game has really long combos and not enough of a player base, so a silver player has to get matched up with a platinum player, and the platinum player just goes blah, 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 long combos, yeah, absolutely it'll make beginners stop playing. But, you know, I mean, shout outs to Avatar for that, you know, breakdown stuff that they put in the game, even though I didn't use it. But shout outs to it. I think it's really good. I think it's really good. So, all right. All right. Okay. Done. I'm done. Okay. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for watching. I always have a great conversation with you guys. Hope you enjoy it just as much as I do. But I'm pretty sure that you all do. Because the day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. But for me,
It was Tuesday.
all right, don't go anywhere, guys. I'm going to try to raid somebody. Let's see if I can find somebody to raid. See if I can find somebody to raid. Oh yeah, the MVC collection is where most people play MVC2 these days. I had Duck Doe raid me one time, and you know he was talking about that. So let's see here. Oh, dude, there's 420 viewers on Avatar right now. 420. Let's see. Oh, cool. Assist Me Doom is playing Avatar. I'm gonna go raid him. Okay, so. Tell him I said hello. Chris, I think it is, right? Chris, if I'm not mistaken. So, let's go raid him real quick. Just so you guys can watch some Avatar. So, let's go. Bling, 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 bling. Hey, Nathan. Nathan, stop kissing me. Oh, wait. Hang on a second, guys. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. I'm going to cancel the raid real quick. Sorry. I'm going to cancel the raid. He is on a bro break. So nothing is happening right now. So I don't want to do that. Dang it. Okay. Let's see who's playing Street Fighter right now. Let's see if there's anybody doing some stuff over here, messing with Yasmine, etc., etc. Hi, Nathan. A lot of Japanese players as usual. Ooh, R Realistic is playing. Okay, I'm gonna send you guys to R Realistic if he's still playing over here. All right, guys. See you guys. Take care and peace out. Let's try this. Ah, Nathan.